Good morning, everyone. My name is John Learned. I'm a freelance video games writer, video editor guy. Today we are annotating a long play of Demon Souls as best I can. So we're going to show as much of the game as I can possibly show you in the time that we have, and we're talking 6 to 7 hours. I think I can comfortably run the game by then. And just a few notes on the stream before we get going. If I'm constantly sort of fumbling around and not doing anything during gameplay, it's because I'm looking over at my notes so I can kind of keep track of what's going on and what I need to do. I have been running various tests for this stream over the last couple of weeks, and I've decided that I'm probably best at doing a spell sword wizard build. What we're watching right now is the intro movie of the game, which sort of obviously lays out the kind of overall narrative of what we're going to be seeing. But there are things that happen in this intro, especially like if you're seeing crowds of people walk down below, that don't really happen in the game. This right here, I contend, is not the old one. If you look at the hand, it looks like the Dragon God boss. And especially since the old one is underneath the Nexus and not overground like what we just saw, it makes more sense to think that that would be a demon that kind of came up from below and is flying around. Either way, it's still beneath the ground when we fight it as a boss. So it's just a movie. It just sets the tone. These things just get the mood in order. It does show off the mechanics of the game and explain that, hey, this is really hard. Our hero here in the fluted armor, which if it was using the rune sword and the rune shield would have been Ostrava, one of the characters we're going to meet soon, is getting blown back. There is a monster that he or she cannot contend with, this gold skeleton here. So another player comes in, one of the blue phantoms, which gives a taste of what this game, what its big contributions to game design has been. It's very strange and unconventional use of online support. And again, here's the Dragon God, so I don't think that was the old one flying around with a corpse on its hand. Okay, getting into the game proper now, or the menus rather. This game, as you can see, only lets you, we'll get back to this, only lets you save 4 character files, so we have to actually delete these, or at least one of them, to start the game. Later games certainly didn't do this. Into the character creator, which we're going to see in a second, let's explain this now. Demon Souls was an online game. It was a game not designed completely for multiplayer, according to the producer of the game, Fuji, and director Hidetaka Miyazaki. This was designed as a single-player experience, but the online component was designed to sort of enhance the single-player experience. It was never meant to be a large multiplayer game, which were certainly in vogue in 2009, in the late aughts, I suppose. There was certainly a feeling in the games industry at that point that used games were a real problem for the industry, and people weren't making money long term if users were just going to turn around and sell the game and then buy a used copy, and someplace like GameStop was going to be making more money than actual developers and publishers. There's certainly not a problem now the way that games are distributed, but at the time, lots of developers and publishers were putting in multiplayer modes to make sure that people kept playing games and they were buying new copies of them so they could play with their friends. That was certainly a trend. But Demon Souls wasn't designed to do that. According to the producers, this game was designed to get to at least the multiplayer was designed to sort of give a sense of community, and that people could trade secrets, that they could work their way through the games as a single player game, but give each other some advice, give each other some notes. We're going to see on the ground some of the developer notes. What we're not going to see on the ground, because the servers have been shut off since last year, are bloodstains. We're certainly going to see our own bloodstain when I die, and I'm going to die. That's going to happen. I'm not amazing at this game. But we used to be able to see red bloodstains on the ground so we could observe the last 8 to 10 seconds of another player's death, which were supposed to sort of give you an idea that there may be a hazard ahead, or a difficult enemy may be jumping out of the wall or something like that. In practice, it never really worked out so well unless people were constantly falling off cliffs, and there were pools of blood, like piles and piles of these all over the place, pools and pools, I guess. Seeing the last 10 seconds of a character dying and not seeing what they really died to, unless they fell off a cliff, wasn't really that useful. What we also saw were white phantoms of other players running through the game, and we're actually going to see one or two of those because the developers put in white phantoms into the single-player experience to sort of guide the player, so we're going to see that a couple of times. But Demon's Souls was released in Japan by Sony. Sony bankrolled this game, but not in the US and not in the other regions of the world. That was up to Atlas in North America and Namco Bandai in other regions of the world. And when Atlas brought the game to the US, they had only planned to keep the servers on for a short period of time. Atlas, after all, is a fairly, in comparison, a fairly small publisher. Certainly a little bit bigger than they were in 2009, but this game was a huge success for them. It literally made their year, this single game, because it was such an underground success in Japan, and there were so many people importing the game. They brought it over, and if you were to look at old PR videos of Atlas pushing this game, they're practically begging people to stop importing it. It's kind of funny. But they kept the servers on for 9 years, and for a game like this, they made, for a game like this for a publisher that size, keeping a server on for 9 solid years that's a long time. That's a really nice polite way of kind of giving back to the community that helped them so much by buying this game. So into the actual character creator. I never really messed with these that much. At the time, Japanese video games weren't commonly equipped with character creators like this. This was definitely a sort of Western development sort of game. Game mechanic, a character creator with so many options for appearance. That isn't to say that other Japanese games didn't have such things, but it just wasn't as common. Games like the Elder Scrolls series, the Fallout series, stuff like that, were a little bit more had more character creation tools like this, and games like Final Fantasy certainly didn't, because Japanese role-playing games tend to be very narrative-driven single-player experiences. And this is not quite the case. If you've ever played this game before, you can see that there is certainly a narrative to this game, but it's not forced upon you. It's a narrative that the story of this game is something that you opt into essentially yourself. Yes, there's an intro. Yes, there's an ending. We're going to see those things. But they're very short. They're very terse, really, in some ways. And obviously as the series has gone on, if you've played other games in this series before, you can see that the actual plot of these games and what's really happening sort of behind the scenes, you have to dig through item descriptions to look through, look at contextual clues in the environment, what dead bodies are carrying what when you pick them up, stuff like that. We're not going to get too deep into lore with this video. I've got way too much other stuff to show and way too many other notes to get through. But I will bring up lore in specific instances, because I think it's either way too interesting not to bring that stuff up, or it would be irresponsible for me not to. Okay, so this was the first and last game in the series to use gender as a really defining option. because there is some gender-specific gear in this game. Some of it, ultimately, the game is as hard or as easy as you want to make it, but I think there's some very cool female gear in this game that we can get relatively early on. There's some awesome male gear that we can get relatively early on too, but you can't really use it unless you're planning on using a really heavy character. With all the heavy gear for guys, all the heavy armor for men, it's just way too heavy, and we have to be a little bit more mobile with the way that we're going to be playing the game today. There is no prescribed easy, hardest mode in this game or other games of the series. That is a bone of contention for people for years. However, most games in the series, and this is no exception, have a starting class option that is significantly more advantageous for new players than the others, by a wide margin. And in this game, that is the royalty class, because it starts with a sword and a shield. They're a pretty weak sword and shield. It also starts with a spell, Soul Arrow, which is fairly cheap to cast but powerful early on. Comes with a silver, I think it's a coronet. It's a tiara maybe, but that adds extra MP. It comes with a silver catalyst, which is basically a magic wand that also adds extra MP. And it comes equipped with the fragrant ring, which for some reason is very challenging for me to say right now, which slowly restores magic points. So a very, very patient player has, in practical terms, unlimited magic right from the jump. And that's not insignificant. It also starts at a fairly low soul level. That's basically the experience level in this game, which means it's as blank a slate as we could possibly come up with without rolling a character ourselves. So the royalty class in this game has been looked at over the years as the easy mode starting class.
King Aland XII, by channeling the power of souls, brought unprecedented prosperity to his northern kingdom of Boletaria. That is, until the colorless deep fog swept across the land. Boletaria was cut off from the outside world, and those who dared penetrate the deep fog never returned. But Valarfax of the royal Twin Fangs broke free from the fog and told the world of Boletaria's plight. That the old King Alant had aroused the Old One, the great beast below the Nexus, from its eternal slumber, and that a colorless fog had swept in, unleashing terrible demons. The demons hunt down men and claim their souls. Those who lose their souls also lose their minds. The mad attack the sane, and chaos reigns. Valarfax spoke of the enticing power of the demon souls. Each time a demon claims a human soul, the demon's own soul is invigorated by the life force, and the power of a mature demon soul is beyond human imagination. The legend spread quickly. Mighty warriors were drawn to the accursed land, but none have returned. Bjor of the Twin Fangs, Yurt the Silent Chief, Sage Urbane, Skurver the Wanderer, the Sixth Saint Astraea and her knight Garl Vinland, and Sage Frake the Visionary. The colorless deep fog slowly creeps beyond Boletaria's borders. Humankind faces a slow and steady extinction. The deep fog will eventually swallow all lands near and far. But Boletaria has one final hope. A lone warrior who has braved the baneful fog. Has the land found its savior? Or have the demons found a new slave?
Okay, so if you're first playing this game, it will force you into going through the tutorial. We are going to go through it anyway because there's some interesting things to see and to talk about. So this is us wandering into the fissure, past the fissure, and we're now into the colorless deep fog.
Who fears not death.
The monumental basically saves us.
I shall guide you. So that you may lull the old one back to slumber.
All right. So, a couple interesting things about the what we just saw. So that was narrated by a woman named Nikki McKenzie, and it is not the Nikki McKenzie that shows up in IMDb if you were to look up this game. It's more likely a voice actor named Nicolette McKenzie, who is a New Zealand actress with lots and lots and lots of different video game credits, including Horizon Zero Dawn, El Shaddai, which is a fabulously awesome, weird game. And she also narrated Dark Souls 2. What we saw actually in the tutorial, or in that intro video, was the fact that this game is clearly made on the cheap. It's pretty famously a failed project, or was a failing project, before Hidetaka Miyazaki came in and said, hey, it's already failing, so I'm going to take this game over, and if I blow it, it was already a lost cause to begin with. So they didn't, even though this was bankrolled by Sony Computer Entertainment of Japan, who practically just didn't believe in the game, period, they didn't really have a ton of cash to go around making this game. So if that intro looked a little bit cheap to you, it's because basically they just strung together a bunch of pieces of production art, which is not a bad tactic. It's not, it's certainly still used today. FromSoft, I highly doubt, would go back to doing something like that ever again, or any other developer of their size. But if you paid attention to some of the art that we saw, again, those are things that set a cool tone, but don't actually happen in the game. Like armies of people, armies of wizards and such, fighting gigantic, towering demons. There are very few gigantic, towering demons in this game. Very, very few. So, here we are in the tutorial. As mentioned earlier, players could leave notes for each other in the game. They had a very cryptic system of leaving notes. So you couldn't just write whatever you wanted, which was great for online play because it kept things pretty civil. But there are a few messages strewn about the game that the developers put in to sort of guide you. And obviously, this being a tutorial, they wanted to guide you anyway with what the various buttons did on your controller. So we're gonna see a handful of these kind of dropped in from time to time. Atlas North America, when bringing this game over, wasn't shy about the fact that they fixed some of the translation in the that was found in the game, and it's possible that they added a couple of extra small messages on the ground to guide players on a certain level. Look at that. That was a white phantom. We're not online, so that was a developer white phantom. So that was meant to sort of clue the player into the fact that you could see other people running around and you can sort of pay attention to what they're doing. I don't have anything to corroborate the Atlas story that they actually did put in extra messages. But again, from looking at some of their old PR videos and such, when they were really kind of pushing this game when it came out, or when it was coming out, they weren't shy about the fact that they were changing some tiny things. And again, begging people not to import it. Alright, so here we are as a royal. Now, the tutorial is cool in that it's super easy. It's really not... You know, if you're dying in the tutorial to these Dregling enemies, you're going to have a real problem with the rest of the game. But aside from that... this gives you a chance to get some extra stuff before the game starts. I mean, even if you skip the tutorial completely, you're armed with some grass, some crescent moon grass, and some half moon grass to start the game anyway, so you've got some healing items. The tutorial gives you an opportunity to grab a few more. Now, YouTuber Wolf2K accessed a test map that is a prototype tutorial that didn't make it into the game, but it is still in the game's code. It still ultimately leads you to sort of the same spot that we're going to see in a little bit. But it's cool. It's neat that there is something else in here that they were just kind of poking around with and ultimately came up with a better tutorial, which is what this is. So the tutorial teaches you a couple of things. Not only does it the attacking and such, but it also slowly ramps up what kinds of enemies you fight, from lowly Dreglings that don't do a ton of damage, to Knights that, at least still here, don't really do a ton of damage either, to Blue-Eyed Knights that can defend. Now, that was me parrying, which is something that you're not going to see very often. I'm not good at parrying in this game. However, there are a couple of instances where it's easier if you parry in this game in very few situations. Enemies, just like you, have a stamina meter for the most part. Some enemies break that rule. But that means that you can, if you have more stamina than they do, you can essentially overwhelm them and drop their defenses. By stamina, I mean the green meter on the upper left side of the screen. By doing that, of course, that puts you at a disadvantage, because when they finally start to attack you, you don't have any way of defending yourself. But that is often seen as one of the game's main, also one of its main contributions to modern gaming, is that the stamina meter is a very, very elegant way of making an action game where you are not essentially like an inhuman god right at the beginning of the game. That everything has rules and everything has consequence. So if you attack too much, stamina meter is gone, and I can't attack until I get a little bit of stamina left. That also applies to my defense. I can't defend myself if the stamina meter is gone. Now, other games in the series have let characters jump. By running, they hit a button, they can jump. This game doesn't offer that. It doesn't allow players to do that. There are a couple of instances where we're going to be doing, I guess you could call it light platforming, but that's going to take place with a roll, essentially. Okay, so past this gate, this fog gate, you can see that the Vanguard Demon is on the other side. The Vanguard Demon is essentially a prototype for the Asylum Demon that we found in Dark Souls, and it has shown up again in other games, basically. Almost the exact same moveset. Small wings that float up with a kind of butt stomp. It attacks with its axe in the right hand. And just like in Demon Souls, it is meant to basically clue the player into the fact that you are going to be killed in this game. But good players, practiced players, can overcome this monster and get some goodies at the end, and we're hopefully going to see that in a second. No guarantees. One thing that is going to be abundantly clear in this stream, and I'm going to bring it up several times, is the fact that From Software and Miyazaki and the teams that make all of their games going forward iterate on ideas that come from this game. So this is the blueprint for everything, and these things come up again and again and again and again, sometimes to their detriment. If you, if we're really thinking of gameplay mechanics that you can consider fun, we're going to be seeing things that will always show up in other games, even Sekiro from earlier this year. Yes, we're playing on an emulator. I bought this game brand new when it came out. Oh well. And I would encourage people to do the same, even if you emulate it. The game is cheap, it's pretty easy to find. And we've got a guy in the stream who is bringing up the fact that, yes, you can get online again if you're playing it on a console. Some heroes on the internet have found a way to make private servers of this game. I can't begin to tell you how that works, but it does, and that's pretty great. And whoops. Uh-oh. I think we've blown it. Got him. Alright. Unknown Hero Souls, yes. Unknown Hero Souls. I've gotten this game back on the internet. So you could go through the PvP. You can get help running through some of the bosses. This game was not designed, again, not designed as a multiplayer game. It was designed for the multiplayer to enhance the single-player experience. So we've got the Grey Demon Soul, which we can use to forge the Dozer Axe a little later if we really want to. We're not really going to get too deep into forging with this run, frankly because we just don't have the time. So this is a little goodie for people that have figured out that you can kill the Vanguard Demon, and there ahead of us is the Dragon God boss. You could make a case for the tutorial taking place above Stonefang Tunnel, which is the second world, if the Dragon God is here, and we have been slowly sort of kind of making our way downward into the tunnel, but really it's a tutorial. It's just it's like a secret world. It ultimately doesn't matter. So we try not to get too hung up on this stuff. So a couple of extra souls, some extra grass, some forging materials that we can use right at the beginning of the game if we want to make our weapon +1 from the get-go, which is, we may as well. And the Dragon God's gonna do what the Dragon God does. We will actually see the Vanguard Demon again. Even if you kill him in the Nexus, or kill him in the tutorial, he will appear in 4.1. We're going to see him again. But that means that we can get 2 Grey Demon Souls, and boss souls will nab you a certain amount of extra experience points, can be traded with blacksmiths and spell teachers to learn new abilities, to craft better weapons. Again, we're not really going to do that too much into this game, into this run of it, because we just don't have that kind of time.
So the world might be mended.
Okay, there's a alternative cutscene also in the game's code that's different than this, which basically just kind of sweeps the camera around the Nexus.
This is the Nexus. It holds together the northern land of Boletaria. Thou canst not exit the Nexus, but each of the 5 archstones will connect.
I think this is personally cooler. So if you were to look it up, I think Wolf2K also has it on his YouTube channel, the cut alternate opening. Another really great Souls franchise YouTube guy named Sanadisk. He's got a lot of really great cut content videos too. But this, again, sets up basically where we are, the plot of the game a little bit, and what we have to do going forward. The Nexial Binding is an item that, for the cost of our souls, will always get us back to the Nexus, which is something that's easily forgotten, honestly. There are other ways of getting back to the Nexus when you're in the middle of a world, but this is the nuclear option, I suppose. This also cuts because we've died, our hit points have been cut in half, and this is sort of a punitive kind of detriment to being killed in human form in this game. There are ways to get your hit points back. There are ways to instead of it being cut by 50%, it's going to be cut to 20 or 75%. We're going to see that very quickly. This idea didn't really come back in the Souls series, but Demon Souls 2 did have a hit point dropping system like this. If you died too many times, chunks of your hit points would go down, or like a percentage of your hit points would be withered away until you went back into human form. We are going to play basically the entirety of this game in soul form. So, killing a boss using an item called a Stone of Ephemeral Eyes that will turn you back into human form and give you 100% of your life back, but it also makes you loud. So there's actually sort of a detriment to being in human form, is that you're more easily detectable by enemies. Even if you're wearing something like the Thief's Ring, it makes you can hear your footsteps. and enemies will hear your footsteps as well. In soul form, you're totally silent, even though you don't have any. Even though you've got a hit to your hit points, you've got cut down hit points. You're less detectable to foes, which is a nice little twist. People on wikis have claimed that you also hit harder in soul form, so there is a very slight difference in attack strength in soul form. I've never really seen any evidence of this myself. That doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily exist in some form or another. But regardless, we're going to stay in soul form for the vast, vast majority of this game. And I'll explain why in a little bit. First, let's take a quick tour through the Nexus. This is these are the 5 archstones around us. And if you've played Demon Souls or Dark Souls 3, the Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3 looks curiously similar to this, with the way the thrones of are kind of set up amongst the Firelink Shrine. Up to our right is the 6th broken archstone. And this was a literally broken cut content from the game that they decided to they jettisoned it somewhere during development, and it was relatively far along during development, but it seems that they had already built the Nexus at that point, so they just basically repainted this archstone to make it look broken. Cool things to see. On the actual archstone, though, it was supposedly the land of giants. And as I said earlier, there are a couple of really great Souls YouTubers out there, and Sanadisk is one of them, and he got into the game's code and found the models for this broken area, which was called the Northern Limit. It was supposed to be sort of a snowy Arctic kind of castle. So the wireframe, more than the wireframe, some very basic textures still exist for this. Many of the enemies that were supposed to be in this area are still found in the game's code. There's like a green hooded ghost with a sword and a shield and a bow. The model of a knight. Snake men that look very similar to what we find in Sen's Fortress in Demon Souls or Dark Souls. Giant rats. Wolf-headed monsters, kind of like hunched-over werewolf-looking monsters in sort of tribal gear, which are very similar to some of the monsters that we find in Demon Souls 2. Like hyena-like beastmen, skinny like owl mages. So the Northern Limit was supposed to be filled with enemies that are kind of animal-esque. Man-eating plants, things like that. There's a ponytailed, aristocratic sort of person with a monocle that was supposed to be in there as well, and a small peasant child with a bucket. And if you look at the models, they don't, especially the human character models, they don't necessarily look that similar to some of the other NPCs that we are gonna meet in the game. But I would encourage you to check out some of his videos. Sonid SK he's a really cool YouTuber. He does a lot of great stuff. But other interesting things found buried in the game's code. And I wish I could show you these right now, but I can't. But the Buzzsaw assault rifle from Gears of War is in the game's code for some reason and fully textured. So there's a Gears of War machine gun in this game someplace. A deer is in the game's code as well because Miyazaki has said in interviews before that there were supposed to be extra areas of the game outside of the Nexus that they dropped. One of them was a sort of library, which certainly has shown up in further Souls games too. But another one was an outside area. He just calls it the outside area. But that, if you look at the concept art that we saw in the intro movie, there was a sort of a cloaked figure with a deer next to them. So we can assume that the deer was supposed to be in this outside area, and that's kind of what it was going to look like. I want to say that the outside area is probably the first step to what the Firelink Shrine looked like in Dark Souls, but we'll never be able to know. So unless people can find what the production art or more production art, or if there's anything else buried in the game's code that has some of these busted areas, we'll never really know what they are. So let's meet some of the NPCs very, very quickly. Maiden in Black, we've already spoken to her a little bit. Where'd she go? She kind of flutters around. She's in different places every time you load and reload the Nexus. And I am not finding her right now. That's okay. We're certainly going to see her again. Supposedly one of the most powerful demons in existence. She's been in the Nexus, and her job is to lull the old one back to slumber. She is unkillable. So all the NPCs in this game, other than her, can be killed, with actually some benefits to killing everybody if you want to be a mass murderer. We're not really going to get into that too much, but there's a weapon in this game that steals a very minimal amount of souls from enemies on every hit, and that's really its only use is to run up to the Maiden in Black and just wail on her and get some tiny amounts of souls, but that's a little bit on the cruel side. But the Firekeeper in the Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 3 also cannot be killed, and she is the Dark Souls 3 Firekeeper is very, very, very Maiden in Black alike. Both of them cover their eyes, and if you've played other Dark Souls games, if you've played Bloodborne, eyes are a recurring motif. It's something that always comes up in these games. The imagery of eyes, this sort of kind of mythic power, the eyes that are the window to the soul kind of thing. Those concepts come up a lot in all of these games. The Maiden in Black, for instance, her eyes are covered in candle wax. She's blind. She can't see. The other Firekeepers in Dark Souls 3, they also cover their eyes. They're also blind. Eyes come up constantly in Bloodborne. In that humans were trying to commune with the cosmos, with these extra dimensional beings, and they were like looking, begging something for eyes to see, eyes on the inside of their heads. Again, I'm not going to get too deep into the lore, but those things come up. That imagery comes up constantly. She will give us a soul in the end game, which we can use for New Game Plus. which we may see if we can get that far. And she is voiced by a woman named Iveta Muradislova, which I'm sure I butchered, and I'm very sorry, Iveta. But she also played the doll in Bloodborne and in Lady Maria in the Bloodborne DLC, and essentially served the same purpose. Over here, we've got the Crestfallen Knight. Actually, let's talk to Stockpile Thomas first. Stockpile Thomas is exactly what he sounds like. He's not a vendor. We can't sell things to him. We actually can't sell things to anybody in this game. But Stockpile Thomas serves a function because this is the only game in the series with item weight, not just equipment weight. So if you're carrying too much stuff that you find in the field, you will slow down to basically a crawl. You can barely move.
I would be happy to lighten your load and look after any excess baggage.
So we have to come back to Thomas and drop stuff off as often as we can.
When the Scourge came, I abandoned my wife and daughter and fled like a madman. When I came to, I was in the Nexus. I haven't dared venture outside these walls since.
He basically gives us our first side quest in the game.
More, but I am ignorant of the world beyond.
Without really us knowing it. Actually, a lot of the characters in the Nexus here give us side quests very early on that are much less obtuse than the other side quests that we're going to find in this game.
She's just the age my young daughter would have been. The poor girl, trapped here with her eyes occluded by wax. If only something could be done to help her. If only something.
Okay. We don't really have anything to drop off quite yet. This is Blacksmith Baldwin. Baldwin has a brother.
You new here?
Named Ed, which we're going to meet in a little bit. We can't really see, but one of Baldwin's eyes are blacked out.
It's simple. Just bring me a trade. I'll give you weapons.
Just like his brother, and just like an enemy we're going to see a little bit later, which may have some lore connections, which I don't think a lot of people have really kind of dug into, but now's your chance.
Living. Not a bad deal, huh?
All right, we're going to skip through some of this dialogue just to sort of keep things moving here.
Perhaps you've already had. But there's another blacksmith at
There you
the
go.
ends of Stonefang Mine. He's an eccentric old man, but he knows his trade well. He's the only sane one left in a town of soul-starved men. If you do meet him, yeah, well, forget it. That stubborn old ne'er-do-well will just ignore you.
Okay, he is going
There are only
to...
blacksmiths in this temple to handle all the work. Only certain ores can be used to forge weapons, but you just have to make do.
He can forge weapons and he can upgrade materials for early game stuff. And we're actually we might as well just do this right now because we've got some upgrade materials that we found after killing the Vanguard Demon. So we might as well just take advantage of this for the moment, but we're really not going to mess around with this guy very, very often over the course of the game. But he does sell some low-level gear. Some grass, some spice, and a grindstone. The grass is hit point refilling items. The spice is magic refilling items. All of these things we can get liberally from enemies later on in the game. Hey, my man. Thanks for stopping by the chat. Good to see you. I hope to see you soon. The grindstone will help us basically recover weapon durability because this is because there are no bonfires in this game. There are no places that you can just rest throughout a level because it's a level-structured game and not a true Metroidvania, not an interconnected web. It's not spokes on a wheel in this one. You have to essentially run back to the Nexus to get your stuff repaired. The grindstone can at least repair some weapons for you in the field. Again, we're probably not going to use it in this game. Very low-level weapon stuff here. He does sell arrows for 20 souls a pop, which really isn't a good deal. We can find them a little bit cheaper, a little bit further on, but if in a pinch, if we needed arrows, we would get them from Baldwin.
Thankful that I'm
So, a couple interesting notes about
back alive.
Baldwin and Stockpile Thomas. There is no voice actor listed for Stockpile Thomas, and actually, if we were to look at the actual credits of the game, the voice actor list is fairly small. I mean, there's not a ton of characters in this game, but the voice actors clearly had to double, triple, quadruple up on other characters that they played, and Stockpile Thomas is not listed in there. Likely he is voiced by an actor named Peter Marinker. or Marinker. He's a very busy British actor. He's done a ton of different voice acting work. He's also a very active radio actor, stage play actor in the UK. He voiced the Primordial Serpents in both of them in Dark Souls 1 and Strayed in Dark Souls 2. I say likely because that is the voice actor that's listed for Allant at the end of the game. And they sound, even with Allant's voice kind of warped by synthesizers or something, they sound very, very similar. So that's just an assumption on my part, but it's likely him. Baldwin here is voiced by an actor named Michael Carter, who also voices Ed and Bjor. We're going to meet Bjor a little bit later. He's a Scottish actor, also with tons of credits. He was Bib fucking Fortuna in Return of the Jedi, if you can believe it. So I won't be swearing very often, but I thought that was a little bit wacky. If we kill this guy, because we can kill NPCs, he gives us one set of the Hands of God, which is a fist weapon. We don't really need to kill this guy. Hands of God are very good fist weapons. They're for like faith dex builds kind of things. We're not going to really screw around with that. But we're going to find the Hands of God a little bit later. His brother, killing him, will also give us the Hands of God. This is...
My. How is this?
Oh, we missed the Crestfallen Warrior. We're going to come back around to that dude in a little bit. This is
to King Allant,
the worshipper of God, who really is only here for one purpose, and that is to give us a pure stone, a pure forging item, if our faith stat is at 20 or above. She serves literally no other purpose than that, other than maybe some plot details for some of the other stuff that goes on here. She did mention the word Umbasa, though, which is essentially amen to this monotheistic religion. This is the only game in the series that had a monotheistic religion. All the other games didn't really necessarily mention a specific higher power, higher being, other than maybe the gods on Orlando, like Gwyn and such. But, I mean, those are essentially higher beings too. Nito, the Witches of Izalith. So, but this game, there is, according to these believers, there is a very similar god to the Judeo-Christian god, and they pray to him using the term Umbasa. Umbasa came up again in the alpha test for Bloodborne. So there is a going theory that these games are all interconnected with Bloodborne, since Bloodborne mentioned the name Umbasa. Now, there's going to be another NPC that we can find here after we finish 1-1 that can teach us low-level spells, and he will also give us... He'll also give us a sort of side quest too, as well as an NPC right here that would teach us... Well, that NPC was going to teach us low-level miracles. The one that's going to be sitting right here after we finish 1-1 is going to give us, or sell us low-level spells. One is very aloof and one is not. He will also give us a short side quest. This is the Crestfallen Warrior, which we should have mentioned a little bit earlier. So he basically kind of clues us into what we should be doing first, much like the Crestfallen Warrior in Demon Souls, or Dark Souls. I will be screwing that up all day. I'm sorry.
Or to save this land and be remembered as a hero.
Excuse me. He's the only Phantom in the Nexus, which is significant in that he will eventually die. His spirit will fade away, likely because he is crestfallen, because he has sort of lost faith in his mission, his undead mission. As we keep talking to him, he does kind of give us the idea or clue us into the fact that maybe what we're doing is not completely altruistic. Maybe there's a darker side of what's going on here, what's going on in Boletaria. And that is probably him knowing that is probably what drives him to ultimately kill himself, which is sad. He's voiced by Matt Morgan. He's a character and a voice actor. He's maintained this exact same role in Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2. I can't remember the name of the character in Dark Souls 2 off the top of my head, but they all served the same purpose to basically point you in the direction of getting the game started. Another character in Dark Souls 3, Hawkwood, kind of served that function as well. So I'm not going to screw around looking for the Maiden in Black. She might not even exist quite yet because we have to go through 1-1. But this is the Boletarian Palace. This is the first level that we're going to go through. We're going to go through it relatively quickly. There is flavor text for every entrance to every level. I'm not going to read it aloud to you. This is a show don't tell kind of medium. But this is a cutscene that is repeated in Dark Souls in its own way too. Dragons have always been sort of a cool set piece for these games to sort of, again, set the mood, set the tone, to clue the player into they are not the top of the food chain in these games. We will be seeing him again fairly soon. Now, I kept mentioning that this level was called 1-1. That is something that the community has given those names, that moniker, to these levels. So, Boletaria Palace is World 1, Stonefang Tunnel is World 2, and so on and so on. But really, if you wanted to get precise with it, this is just Boletarian 1, and there will be a Boletarian 2, but I will refer to them as 1-1, 3-1, 5-2, that kind of thing. Alright, so enemies in this level liberally drop grass. And if we notice this door down here, it is closed for now because the world tendency is not pure white, which is something I'm going to explain in a little bit. This, you could argue, is the actual tutorial of this game because there are real stakes here. There were really no stakes in the other tutorial. Because if we were to die in the tutorial, we're just going to go to the Nexus anyway. And I honestly don't care if I'm getting hit by these guys, apparently. You can't... I mean, you can upgrade weapons if you find stones, and there's a couple places that we could farm them. But you can't put levels on. You can't learn any... As we've just seen, we can't learn any new spells, new special attacks. So what we've basically come equipped with is what we're going to be using to finish this level, because the designers wanted you to learn the game before you could... you gotta walk before you can run, essentially. So we're learning the mechanics of the game before we're learning anything else, before we're given free reign to do other things. So again, the royalty class is basically easy mode. This soul arrow attack. The soul arrow attack will kill practically everything in this level with one hit. Not everything, I guess, but most things. Oops. We can already see the frame rate taking a bit of a dive. So I think we're living on borrowed time as far as the emulator goes before we have to reset it. But we're going to get through as much of Boletarian Palace as we possibly can before that happens. I think we're going to be okay. So we found a firebomb, and a lot of the enemies in this level will use firebombs against us. This should be a clue for observant players. That, oh, he was about to pop us with one. Should be a clue for observant players that firebombs are going to be of use later on, because we can get them as drops from some of these knights. Another really good YouTuber named Matthew Mitosis has a very good commentary video on YouTube that came to a lot of the similar conclusions that I have about this game, about some of its design. So a shout out to him, and you should check out that video. It's a couple hours long, but it's some pretty good viewing. Oh man. Soldier shield is, I want to say, slightly better than the other shield with the buckler that we've got, but Just really quick, this is the status screen, which is very, very obtuse for choosing weapons. It's just a lot of information. I'm not going to go through any of this stuff, but this game was demanding in that not only was it challenging from a gameplay perspective, but it demanded that players figure out its mechanics on their own. And a lot of those were not exactly easy to figure out. Like what weapon scaling is, what almost had him. What kind of stats scale and are better for specific weapons? Which what the icons are supposed to mean inside of a status, the menu screens like that. Whoa. And this game is supposed to be played observantly. So off in the distance we can see that there is an item sitting on a corpse. So that gives us a sort of carrot on the end of the stick to how can I get that item? Where is it actually located in relation to where I'm going? And that actually is sort of something of a hidden item. We're going to get it just for the sake of getting it for this playthrough. But it's meant to give you the idea, like a good Metroidvania should, to see something in a distance and wonder about it and try to find ways to get them yourself. Okay. Because this game had item weight, if you exceeded your item weight, if you had too much stuff in your inventory, you would not be able to pick up certain objects. And we're going to come back around to this in a second. There are some weapons in this level, even at high strength, even at the strength stat that some of the character classes have. Can't use the stuff that we find even in the first level. So you have to basically bring it back to the Nexus, give it to Stockpile Thomas, and so you are able to do those things. But if we try to pick something up and we can't, because we've got too much in our inventory, it will be lost forever unless we find unless we drop items, unless we get rid of stuff. So there's some actual item management in this game that doesn't appear in other games. I think this was personally a wise choice to ditch it in the later games, because it was not the most obtuse, but it's certainly not player-friendly. There's really nothing wrong with hard games making things a little bit more player-friendly. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Alright, we're not actually going to do this, but we're going to take a peek over here. On the top of this battlement, and at the other end of this bridge, we see the Red-Eyed Knight. Now, this should also give us sort of a contextual clue that, like, blue-eyed knights, blue-eyed enemies are difficult, red-eyed enemies are that much more difficult. I don't have the confidence and I don't have the gear to really go head on with this guy, but he's defending some very interesting things. One of them is a soul in the background. The other is whatever drops the knight actually has, which are very, very good. So he'll always give you high-level grasp, but occasionally he'll give you the knight shield, which is a great low-level shield. Low to mid-game, we'll say. Possibly the purple flame shield, which is one of the heavy great shields in this game, but it has the highest defense against fire, which is very, very useful in the second level. And he yields a pile of souls by himself, so killing him is certainly beneficial, but also he's defending the mausoleum. We could get into the mausoleum now if we wanted to, or in a second, if we go through this night and get the mausoleum key. Inside the mausoleum, something that likely I won't do for this playthrough, is a very powerful sword and Old King Doran. And Old King Doran, in as far as the myth of the game is concerned, is he is actually a myth. He is like the possibly the first king of this kingdom inside, kind of defending this sword. You have to prove your strength to him before he lets you take it. And that means getting his hit points down maybe 25%. He takes a pile of damage, and he can dish out more punishment than probably anything else in the game. He is essentially the game's super boss, hidden super boss. He will be able to one-hit me even at the end of this game after all the stat upgrades and all the stuff that I'm going to be getting. So we're not really going to mess around with him. But killing him yields you his armor set, which looks very, very, very similar to the armor set of the first boss in Dark Souls 3, Gundyr. But he also drops the ring that gives faster stamina regeneration, which is awesome. Essentially, that stuff is good for New Game Plus, because if by the time we would be able to fight it out with that guy, there's really nothing standing in our way as far as the rest of the game goes. But that's if we're going to fight him. That's if we were to fight him straight up. There's a couple different ways to cheese that guy. One is that if you continuously backstab him while his dialogue is playing, it'll restart his dialogue, so he'll always just stay put. If you break the backstab loop, I mean, he'll come up and he'll mess you up. Anyway, there's nothing you can do about that. But if you can at least get him into the backstab loop, he's no big deal. Whoops. I forgot that I had this equipped. And here was that item that we talked about earlier. We could also poison him. Give him a sort of plague status that will slowly kill him. That's before the fight even starts. So we can, even before getting into a conversation with that guy, we can essentially kill him off. We can also have him unwittingly drop down a flight of stairs. We're going to get to that in just a second too. But again, we're probably not going to mess around with that dude. Not during this playthrough. We may not have the time. So basically, if we were to lead Doran, or really any enemy, down this set of stairs, and if these enemies weren't here, like if we killed them off first, that's also a clue that barrels will explode in this game, but only with fire. You can't just like push a barrel over and it's going to blow up like every other video game. If we kind of lead him around to those barrels, he'll basically fall off the stairs on his own, and this is too much of a drop even for him. And he will... It's a pain to do it, but you can do it. Ugh, slave shields. Worthless. Alright, so we opened up our first shortcut and we found the Cling Ring, which is something that will be equipped likely for the majority of the game because it does boost your hit points in soul form to 75%. Okay, so here are the dead bodies, and they both look male, of Stockpile Thomas's poor family. Likely his wife and daughter, but the outfit that we got is basically the witch's armor set. It's the old raggedy robe set that is worn by one of the other NPCs that we're going to find much, much later in the game. It's not her complete set. We don't get her hat out of it, but that armor set also has very good plague and poison defense. Which if I was into it, we could use that in a different spot in the game, but we're not really going to be doing that. It also had some fresh spice, which is the item that refills magic, the consumable that refills magic. It's Old Spice. There's also an upper level, just like there's stronger grass. There's other grass, or there's other spice called fresh spice. These are references to Dune, Frank Herbert's Dune, in that on the planet Arrakis there was this mineral that was just known as this spice melange or something like that. That when in contact with humans, could eventually evolve them in different ways, would give them, in some cases, like superpowers and things. So the humans would sort of regularly take in, ingest some spice. That is sort of a reference to that, because it refills our magic, our superpowers, basically. Alright, so what we're going to do now is something that the game doesn't telegraph very well, and it's hop over this battlement. There are a couple of places in the game where we can do that, but they're not very clearly choreographed in the game, and this is also something that was sort of dropped in later games of the series, because like there's unless you knew that you could jump over certain ledges, there's no way to know. You would never know for yourself. So that's kind of a bogus design. Oh, he just ran off. What's up, man?
My thanks for your brave rescue. I am Ostrava of Boletaria. Accept this as a token of my gratitude.
Brass telescope, something we always get in early levels of Souls games. It just kind of lets you. It helps the player to be more observant. Because it lets you see things far ahead.
Now I must go.
Ostrava is a character that is interesting for a couple of different reasons. One, by design, he is sort of an inept fighter. And he gets into a lot of fights, which also means that he gets into a lot of trouble, which we will save him throughout the course of the Boletarian levels. So you could say that he was sort of the prototype for Sigmire in Demon Souls or Dark Souls, because he's also a character that's just constantly getting into trouble, and he will die. So unless we bail him out of a lot, I should say, like, once we start talking to him and once he gets moving in any given situation, he could possibly get into enough trouble that he'll get killed off. Very accurate with my magic spell. He's the son of King Allant, which we'll find out a little bit later in the game. It's getting kind of ugly. And it's not really doing me any good right now. And you could make a case that that because he doesn't really know what's going on here, not only is he sort of a tragic character because he thinks that he can sort of fix whatever situation that everybody's in. So he is also something of an Oscar of Astora type character, but because he doesn't really know what's going on, it's likely that he really wasn't. Oh, he's gonna go mess with that guy. That he wasn't in Boletaria when this scourge started. And judging by his gear, the fluted armor, the rune sword, and the rune shield, those are items that we find in the Tower of Latria. So it's likely that he was maybe studying or learning to become a king or something in Latria. That would also explain why he's not really a great fighter, because Latria is the area of this game where magic comes from, basically. At least the learned of this universe, they study magic in Latria, in the Tower, well, in that kingdom. All right, I think now he is. he's just going to wander around in circles for a while. His name is a reference to Armored Core, the mech combat series that FromSoft was sort of known for before the Souls games came out. Miyazaki worked on Armored Core 4 when he first started working at From Software. And so, though this game, and this has been pretty well publicized, was sort of a spiritual successor, if you want to say that, to the Kingsfield series, another FromSoft series of dark first-person RPGs, fantasy RPGs. And there are references to that game too, those games too. A couple of references to Armored Core do pop up here, and Ostrava was, in that game, was known as Odzdarva. At least it was spelled that way, so it's not a one-to-one comparison, but the naming convention's there. There's also a character in one of the Armored Core games called Old King, so Old King Doran is likely a reference to that as well. The voice actor who voiced Ostrava is named Josh Cohen. He's also a veteran voice actor. He voices Garl Vinland a little bit later in the game. He wears the fluted armor set. The gold kind of mist around him is just that's the effect of the sword and shield that he's got. But he's just got the regular old fluted armor, which we could be wearing if we were feeling like using the Knight class at the beginning of this game. But instead we picked the royalty class because for all the reasons I mentioned earlier, the royalty class also likely comes from the Tower of Latria, that level. Okay, I'm not going to run over here, but I just wanted to point out these two dragons really quickly. Dragons in these games are very, very rare. So their appearance should sort of strike fear into the player. They're more environmental obstacles than anything. They do guard some pretty handy treasure over there, so if we wanted to do a suicide run, the Ring of Great Strength is over there. That will boost equipment weight, so basically what Havel's Ring had become in later games. Bjor and Valorfax of the Twin Fangs, which are characters in the story of this game, they both carry the Ring of Great Strength. So it's possible that one of these dragons had burned Valorfax alive, or had burned him while they were trying to fight it out. Because Valorfax in the story of this game was the one that once he realized that Boletaria was being taken over by demons, he left the Great Fissure, got out through the fissure, and told the world about it. But there's enough evidence, compelling evidence, that he went back in to see if he could do his part to save it. Here's something else that comes up in just about every other Souls game. Is a dragon on the bridge that, again, represents an environmental conundrum. Oh, man. That guy killed me. So we're gonna use that. We're gonna use that shortcut. This is maybe the first time I've died in this level in 10 years. Since I have been playing this game. Oh man, okay. Well, it gives us an opportunity to explain the great mechanic. What really irritates everybody about this game when it was brand new is that if you notice at the bottom of the screen, we don't have any experience points anymore. Our souls are gone. God, these guys are going to kill me too. This is a total nightmare. This is what I get for being cocky. So we can collect our bloodstain if I don't get killed off here first. Alright, screw these guys. If we don't get killed off here first, we can collect our bloodstain to get all of our souls back, all of our experience back, but if you die before collecting it, you will not. That seems very cruel. But the reality is, there are so many ways to farm souls in these games, it's typically not a big deal. It just seems like a big deal. These games are really not... I mean, they're hard. They're challenging. They're made to be challenging. Oh my god. This is the YouTube curse. It's the YouTube curse. These games are made to be challenging, but they're fair. They're made for people that want to play observantly, essentially. I have not been playing very observantly, as you can clearly tell. So let's get back to where we were. So, something else you've probably noticed by now is that backstabs and parries and ripostes, not necessarily the parries, put you in an invincible state. And this is something that, if you are crowded by enemies, like I have been, you can use that to your advantage. It's not a get out of jail free card, as I've just demonstrated, but it will at least... It's a waste. At least let you keep moving. Alright, so let's get this nightmare scenario back on track. Something else I just clearly demonstrated was fall damage. So you can fall from great heights. Oh, and there goes the emulator. You can go in... You can fall from great heights in this game and take damage from it. Your dexterity stat will prevent some of that. So it will reduce some of the damage taken by falling. But at a certain height, you're going to die no matter what. And that's what this area basically is kind of set up to show you, to teach you. Other notes about this level that we didn't really get through. The early concept art that you could find in an art book, a pre-ordered art book, shows this was a much more Anor Londo-like area, and that there were large cathedrals kind of strewn around the area. We're going to be referencing the art book here and there over the course of the stream today, but you know what? We're at an hour and 15 minutes. Oh, the emulator is back to cooperating. So we're going to finish 1-1 very quickly. I promise we will finish 1-1 very quickly. We're through screwing around at this point. Probably reset the emulator because it looks like it's going to take a dump any minute, and then take a very quick break. In a roundabout way, dying has afforded us the opportunity to see a tiny section of the level that I skipped by bailing out Ostrava and a vendor that's going to be there. Oh no, Ostrava's down there. That's great. Okay, so we gotta go down there and save that guy. Okay, over here, This is basically the end of it, but to the right of that small bridge was the Dregling vendor. He also sells some low-level stuff that we don't necessarily need. But we'll see him again over the course of the Boletarian levels, and he sells better and better stuff. He's gonna go this way. Still not stuff that's necessary for us over the course of the game with the way that we're going to be playing it, but cool stuff all the same. Eventually he does sell the Knight's Sword and the Knight's Shield, which are not bad. In the late game they're not amazing, but they're not bad. Okay, something else that's... Way to go, man. That's not explicitly given to you. It's not really shrouded in secrecy, but what's something not understood about this game is that there is a sort of fighting game-like counterattack. So in a lot of modern fighting games, if you were to... Street Fighter V does this to sort of a ridiculous degree. If you were to attack an enemy, or an opponent, in the middle of their attack, like basically interrupting their animation, you would often get what they call a counter hit. So that means that you would either deal more damage, or you would have more frame advantage for more attacking and more combos on your own. This game essentially has that as well. And that if you attack an enemy, certainly riposts and backstabs you the most damage in this game, but attacking an enemy just before they attack you, you will deal more damage to them. And actually there's an audible clue the game gives you too, that the slashing sound is slightly different. So it's somewhat advantageous to put yourself in harm's way. Oh man, that was dumb. Slightly advantageous to put yourself in harm's way. I'm really just blowing it today. To get better attacks, to do better damage. Okay, we gotta get this stuff out of our inventory. Also of note in this game is that there is no pause menu, so you are just bringing up an inventory menu, status screens, things like that, but the game never pauses, so you are constantly in threat as the game moves on. There's nothing that you can do about that. Alright. I feel as though I should apologize to everybody watching this, if you're watching this, because it has really been a nightmare. Oh, I shouldn't have healed. Lost my chance. It's okay. Here we go. Alright, we don't have to screw around with those guys. We didn't really miss anything on that bridge. In other games, they usually... bridges with dragons typically have like a weapon or an item or something. We're going to see that in 2-2 or 1-2, but as far as this game is concerned, not really. Alright. So that opened up the boss, so even if we were to die at this point, we can go fight it out with Phalanx. We're going to do other stuff first. We're actually going to open up another shortcut in a moment. First we got to fight it out with a couple more dopes. Not a lot of great drops so far, but that's okay. Can always use healing items because I've not been playing this game well. Here is a hoplite. Enemy with a shield in its face. This is also... Fighting this enemy is also a sort of a learning experience because it is weak to magic, it is weak to fire, and it is the makeup of the boss that we're going to see in just a moment. We can also hit it from behind like so. And these things drop low-level stones. So again, we could, if we wanted to farm them, we could do some forging for, as far as those stones can get us. But again, not totally necessary for the makeup of the game. All right, so. We can now access the boss door. Oh, hey, man. Before we're doing that, let's talk about Phalanx a little bit. Phalanx is an enemy that has come up in the first Dark Souls game. So it did recur in the first Dark Souls game in the Painted World of Ariamis. It's not... The hoplites look differently in that game. They're more humanoid. In this game, they're sort of blobs of flesh or whatever. Ooze. As we run into Ostrava again later in the game, in the Nexus, he's going to tell us a little bit of the backstory of this country, of the Northern Kingdom of Boletaria. And one thing he's going to mention is that there were 3 knights of the Round Table, and he even mentions a Round Table, which is obviously a reference to Arthurian legend. One of them was Longbow Ulin, and Longbow Ulin is a character that we're actually going to run into in much later in the game. Trying to find my notes here, but it's possible that Ostrava's dialogue when telling us about Longbow Ulin is mistranslated because it mentions him as a man, which is not when we actually meet this character. But he also mentions, and I'm going to spoil this a little bit now, that there was the Tower Knight, there was the Lance Knight, and then there was Longbow Ulin. And the Tower Knight is also the Lance Knight. So again, there could be some mistranslations that's been going on here. Another thing about Ostrava is that, again, we can kill NPCs in this game, and killing him now essentially means that we could get the Mausoleum key and can fight it out with Old King Doran. So if you're really great at this game, if you are super gutsy, if you really got a death wish, you could fight it out with this super boss, or find ways to cheese him right at the beginning of the game. Get the Demon Brant weapon, which you wouldn't really have the strength, that you wouldn't have the stats to use so early on, but you could get his armor set very early on, which is the real benefit. Again, we are not doing that, but you could. The opportunity is there. All right, so I ditched the Fragrant Ring, so we're not going to be refilling our magic for the Thief's Ring. The Thief's Ring is also something that we'll be using throughout the course of the game because it makes you harder to detect to enemies. So combined with Soul Form, the Thief's Ring is a great asset. Okay, again, these enemies are weak to fire. And they are defending just a larger gelatinous kind of ooze. But in the interest of showing you as much as I can, something funny about this boss is that these things don't regenerate. There's a finite amount of them in the level. Or during the fight, I should say. They do kind of pop up, in and out, but there's only so many of them here. So even with the shield protection, we're doing okay damage to these things. This fight also teaches you a very important skill of attack and release, or concept of attack and release. Because if you go in guns blazing against this thing, especially with all the starting gear in the game, you will be overwhelmed. Okay, so, man, really not a lot of drops here either. So now that we've killed all the hoplites, there's nothing that Phalanx can do. It runs into a corner and basically waits to die. So again, the Corrupted Soul of Longbow Ulin, an NPC, a Black Phantom NPC we're going to meet a little bit later down the road. Killing him has put us back into human form, so if you see at the top of the screen that we have full health, and you can hear my footsteps. So we could jump right into 1-2 right now if we wanted to. We're not obviously going to be doing that. We're going to run back to the Nexus and do Nexus stuff. There's always going to be some housekeeping that we're going to do in the Nexus between every level. Always, always, always.
Welcome back.
There she is. Wax on her eyes.
The monumental awaits the above.
We're also going to see some of the hidden stuff within the Nexus too. There are some items in here that we are going to find. We're not going to find all of them though, unfortunately, and I'll show you why in a second. Stockpile, or not Stockpile. Crestfallen Warrior has some different dialogue for us.
Nexus looks after the flames. She can control souls, bring her the souls of men.
COS, thanks for tuning into the stream. We are going to talk to Stockpile Thomas and finish the first quest that we have. We found the Jade Hairpin in one once. We're going to give it back to him now.
She didn't make it after all. May I ask you a favor?
It's a sad story.
Mind giving up that hairpin? I'd like to have it in memory of my daughter.
You got it, my man.
You're a saint. Thank you. Oh, it's not much, but please, I'm a bit ashamed, but it seems to possess... Anyway, I feel that you should have it.
Okay, he gives us the Ring of Herculean Strength. Hercules, obviously, a reference to Greek mythology, the trials of Hercules, or Heracles. demigod, super strong, all that kind of stuff. The reason it's called that is because if we are overburdened from item burden, that will boost our item burden to not a significant amount, but enough that enough so that we can typically take off, like we can grab everything in a level and bring it back here. Okay, so the Nexus. This second level up here, this big empty hallway, this is where we would find Mephistopheles, a character that probably the darkest side quest in this game. We're probably going to talk about it a little bit more in depth later. But right here is where we would find Yurt the Silent Chief if we free him from his cell and if we let him live, which is also something I'm going to explain in some detail a little bit later. So off to talk to the Monumental. Notice that the Monumental here is the only one, and his face will track with where we are.
We have long awaited you, Slayer of Demons. I am one of the Monumentals. We preserve the fabric of reality. There is something thou needest to know. Once, we too, a scourge of demons faced. In the distant past, under a benevolent rule, the world was united, owing to the soul art. Until a lust for power caused the awakening of the Old One. Across the land seeped a colorless, deep fog, and the world faced extinction at the hands of the demons. Thanks be, we were able to lull the Old One back to his slumber.
What we're looking at right now is likely the Nexus, this giant sort of
and half the world
crushed cube metal or thing. That was supposed to be a much longer cutscene. I think the ROM I'm using from the emulator isn't complete, which why you should never steal from anybody. That's what you get. It should have been a longer cutscene, basically giving us some more exposition. But what we saw was essentially what is likely the physical space of the Nexus. So we're not really in the underworld, and we'll talk about that much later. So a couple things about the Monumental. He can't die. He's just like the Maiden in Black. Harming him won't harm your character tendency, which is something we're going to talk about in a second. Once we get to a pure white character tendency, after we say...
Now it is your turn. You must lull the Old One back to its slumber. If not, the deep fog will have you the strength.
If we say yes, and we have a pure white character tendency, he's going to give us the white ring later, which boosts attack power as a Phantom. In co-op, it would boost attack power by 20%. If we answer no, there's really no ramification.
Now, go forth.
He's the art book that came with
the Old One.
With the pre-orders of the game, it states that while the Monumental has a childlike face and a childlike demeanor, we can't really see this, but underneath his robes, he or she or their robes, the skin is withered because the Monumentals are so old. It shows their age. You can see it does have hands there if you look closely, and I guess if we screwed around with the brass telescope, we may be able to notice this a little bit better. But only a young face, a withered old body. Voice actor is Aditi Tana, whom has no other voice acting credits that we could find, we meaning me, on IMDb or any of the voice acting websites. So hope this person's doing well. Obviously, visual influence, very Buddhist monk-like, which, it could lend to some of the cultural differences from where this game was made, because the Judeo-Christian monotheistic religion of this world is treated very cynically by the creators here. And I mean, not for necessarily bad reasons. It's as we'll find later, the religion is not exactly altruistic in this game, or not what everybody thinks it is, certainly. But at the top of the Nexus here, was the Pantheon. So when the game was connected to the internet, we could go in here and see sort of names of the best players, right? We can't see those now because the servers are switched off, unless you're playing on a private server. Again, some internet heroes have figured out a way to get private servers working for this game, even though Atlas switched the North American servers off last year. But that's okay. We're not really missing anything by not having that there. You can die in the Nexus, which is something that we are going to be doing soon. But before that, there are some hidden items that we can find here. One is the Stone of Ephemeral Eyes, which we already grabbed. It's right underneath the Monumental. Over there, over the other side of me, down below, is a corpse. There it is. It's a corpse that has some high-level grass. We're not going to get that. It's just interesting enough to know that it's there. What we're off to... Oh my god. Well, somehow I lived through lived through that. There's a storied soldier's soul, or a storied hero's soul, or something, and that's what we're gunning for right now. Holy cats! If you tuned in to any of the warm-up streams, I didn't screw any of this stuff up, not once. All right. Nope, I blew it again. Well, that did us a favor. So, this game, one of the more interesting aspects of this game is character tendency and world tendency. That is essentially how good and or evil you are. So, killing NPCs, invading other players' games when the game was online, and winning basically puts your character tendency toward a black evil state, okay? And that means that you have a percentage fewer total hit points in a pure black character tendency. The worlds around you are essentially the same way. So if you were to kill bosses, help with PvP with co-op, and do other things that are sort of preset within the game, you can push the world state into a pure white. Or a pure black. So if you're invading players, if you kill NPCs within levels, or if you kill yourself, you can push the game into each level into a pure black world tendency. Those are, not only do those yield more souls or more healing items. So if it's pure black world tendency, killing enemies will give more experience, but pure white world tendency, they will give fewer experience, souls, but the drops are different too. So more healing items, more consumables are dropped during pure white world tendency, pure black world tendency. The odds are better for getting the more rare stuff. So weapons, forging stones, things like that. Okay, so getting that out of the way in the Nexus before the start of every level ensures that the world tendency will stay the way you want it to going into the next level. Here was a quirk with world tendency, though, which was sort of also none of this stuff was explained within the game, but world tendency was always tied to the state of the server. So if you're starting a brand new game, likely, and if this were online, likely most world tendencies were closer to pure white because all of these players are killing bosses. Typically they didn't start pure white, but they sometimes could have, because Atlas would run special events like a pure Black World Tendency weekend, where they would just shift everything to a pure Black World Tendency, or vice versa for other sort of special events kind of things, which is fun. It was tons of fun. And if you could get into 1-1 with a pure White World Tendency, even at the start of the game, even at a brand new game, the first time you've ever played it, you could kind of luck your way into getting some of the best armor of the game, and some other little goodies too. So we're gonna get rid of some stuff. We don't really need to carry around this brass telescope. We don't need the throwing knife. We'll probably never use the turpentine again. I don't want to screw up accidentally using these royal lotuses, because we're definitely going to need those, or the stone of ephemeral eyes, because if we do have time later to shift things to a pure Black World Tendency, that's what we're going to need. That's what we're going to need, the stone of ephemeral eyes, because we're going to need to kill ourselves a few times. Also, we don't need any of this junk. These weapons, bolts. We're never going to use crossbows. No use in weighing us down at that
Rest
point.
assured, your best of luck to you.
Okay, so we're gonna put the thieves ring away, put the fragrant ring back on, and we're gonna burn through all of the souls that we have collected, the consumable souls, because those are basically one-shot experience boosts. This game didn't really have a convenient way to use a ton of them at the same time. Later Souls games did. Dark Souls Remastered did. The original Dark Souls didn't either. So the only real way that you could get through a large chunk of them, morning my man, was to basically equip them. The game doesn't let you equip boss demon souls, so there's really no... if you do this through equipping, you'll never accidentally run into a situation where you used a boss demon soul. Now you can't get it back until the next playthrough of the game. Souls don't weigh anything in the inventory, so there's no harm in just hanging on to as many of them as possible. But it's typically better to just stockpile them and use them at the end of a level, or at least that's the way I use them. So the Maiden in Black just gave us the Blue-Eyed Stone and the White-Eyed Stone. These, if the servers were back on, would let us co-op in another player's game or go back to our world if we had to leave a player's game. At this point, they're just going to be taking up space in my inventory because you can't get rid of them either. But she is going to let us level up.
So be it. After all, go for. Let these ownerless souls become thine own. Soul of the mind.
And we are basically just going to dump it all into our magic stat.
So the world might be made.
All right.
Art thou main thine?
Because we're gonna go through a level to pick up a weapon that scales with our magic stat. Now these two guys, this is another character right here that his only real function is to sort of give plot and to give you another quest, is to find this Saint Urbane character. This character right here is the low-level miracle teacher, but he will only teach you miracles if your faith stat is at 10 or above. We're not gonna mess with this guy.
Now come back. I am still speaking.
Every character in this game, vendors anyway, if you talk to them and start walking away, they typically chide you in some way. This is the spell instructor.
Are you here to face the demons? If so, please free Sage Frake the Visionary from
who
the
also
dungeon
gives us a
factory.
quest to free another high level
I can teach you elementary spells.
spell teacher.
Sage
Again,
Frake
only if your
is a
magic
green
stat is at
notebook
10 or
for
above.
humankind.
We're not gonna learn any of these because we've already got a pretty good spell as it is. In this game, you had to remember spells, so like you open up certain amounts of spell slots which are tied to intelligence in this game, which is a stat that gives you basically MP. Notice that he is wearing the same clothes that I am. So
just ensure that you rescue Sage Frake as quickly as possible.
So likely another royal character or had come from royalty. Likely also was in Latria, the Tower of Latria, which is 3-1. which we are not going to be going into. So, into the Shrine of Storms. And while this loads, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Okay. Okay, so one of the other interesting things about this game is that because it's not a true Metroidvania, it's not an interconnected world, it's more Mega Man-like in that you can, now that we're finished with 1-1, we can go to the starting point of whatever level we want. Each level, each starting level, have weapons and items that sort of lend to different character builds. So there's an axe that scales with your strength stat in 2-1. There is there are magic spell features that we can bust out of 3-1. This level has a magic weapon that we're going to get that's going to scale with our magic stat. So even though this level is normally very, very challenging, it's worth it to sort of jump your way into some of these places just so you can and if you're effectively planning ahead with what kind of build you want, you can get very high powered gear very early on and essentially keep them for the entirety of the game. Now, I de-equipped my sword because this game has a sort of follows the Dungeons and Dragons tradition of weapon affinity fighting specific enemies. So swords are useless against skeletons in Western RPGs and tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons, and that, like, you know, you're trying to slash through flesh that doesn't exist. But blunt weapons, like my fist, that's not a problem. So as long as we can effectively deal with these skeletons, we're not going to have to mess around with that. The thing is, these guys can see you from a great distance, and they can gang up on you very, very quickly. And in the case of... Oops, oh man, that was terrible. Alright, so we're going to have to put the Thief Ring back on. They can gang up on you very quickly. They do a lot of damage because this isn't a typical starting place, but if you notice the soul yield that we're getting from these monsters, and honestly, the Fragrant Ring is going to be useless to us in a second anyway. There's incentive for coming here early on too, because this area gives the most souls per kill. Too much calcium. The most souls per kill of any of the other starting areas. So even though we can get forging materials from other places, if we're gonna get into some of the early on weapon forging, this place will give us more incentive for boosting stats. A neat trick in this game that was dropped from the other games was how the stamina meter refills during or after blocking attacks. So if you'll notice as I play through the game, I'm going to be doing this a lot because it's kind of like a fuzzy block in fighting games, in that like I'm still technically blocking and I'm ready to block, but as stamina refills much more slowly while your shield is up, this lets it kind of like stagger the amount of stamina regeneration that I can do. Further games in the series kind of did away with that, and that like there was a delay after you block an attack. The stamina regeneration would delay first before going immediately back up. These guys have kind of funny hitboxes, so it's not always easy to backstab them. That's okay. Okay, over here... Whoop, watch out! Over here is the Talisman of God. It's one of only 2 items in the game that let you cast miracles. And I have a magic stat above 10, so I can cast miracles with this character if I really want to. I'm not going to be doing that. But it's handy that it's here because we're going to trade it to a vendor a little bit later in this level. There's a lot of interesting things to talk about in this level, actually. One of them is right in front of us. It's the Vanguard Demon from the tutorial. So yes, there is a second Vanguard Demon in the game. So we can get a second Grey Demon Soul from him. He essentially acts as the barrier for a shortcut. So we're going to go around this guy and fight it out with him a little later. Actually going to cheese him a little bit. But he's one of the few monsters in the game that after you kill it, it doesn't regenerate. It doesn't come back. Now, here's an instance of taking our life into our own hands. This monster can easily one-hit us. And we're going to go back and kill him in a little bit. But he was guarding the Crescent Falchion. So if you look at the rapier, even the +1 rapier that I had, the upper right corner of the screen, right-hand weapon, 90 attack power. Now that we've got a weapon that scales with our magic stab, we've got 183. So we're not screwing around anymore. This weapon is forged with what's called Dark Moonstone. And Dark Moonstone weapons, Crescent weapons, will slowly and naturally refill your magic. So the Fragrant Ring that we had earlier is now not useless, but not as worthwhile as it once was. So we can basically keep the Thief's Ring and the Cling Ring on through the rest of the level, or the rest of the game, rather, because we've already got something that's going to scale. We're going to refill our magic naturally. We're going to do a whole lot more damage to this thing now. So if we're... The thing with these guys, these black skeletons, is that they're scary, and they can definitely one-hit you if you're not prepared for them. But they do this a lot. They do that lunging attack quite a bit, and so they're pretty easy to bait into lunging attacks for easy backstabs. All of these guys drop an item called a Soul Remains, which you can use to bait enemies into, or it will catch their attention so they don't always follow you. And again, I probably could be parrying those guys, but okay. So interesting section right here. This is the site of a famous sequence break in this level. So as I said earlier, there's no jumping in this game, but there is rolling. So what we could do is run over here and roll straight ahead, and that will get that, if timed correctly, will get us over this wall. And then the other side of this wall is the Regenerator's Ring, which we're not going to do this for the sake of showing you as much of the level as we possibly can. But not only does it give you the Regenerator's Ring, which is pretty nice, it regenerates health naturally as well, it also basically takes us to the end of the level. Okay, listen closely. There's a kind of twinkling sound in the background. That tells us that there's a crystal lizard close to us, but we don't really know where. It's a very faint sound. You can't really hear it very well. But it's there. Whoops. What about this guy? Okay. There is a very obvious hidden door here, which we're going to go through in a second. But first, we're going to jump upstairs to see what's up top. Couple things. Obviously, there are enemies here. Also, the compound longbow, which is a really great long-distance weapon very early in the game, if we were using that sort of character. If you'll see, if you notice around us, there are the flying kind of manta ray stingrays that will shoot us with magic kind of spear deals. We can kill them now, too. They're also... They won't notice us if we, as well, with the Thief's Ring on. So having the Thief's Ring is a great asset here. Okay, so above us are a couple of crows. One of them, the community has named Snuggly the Crow, but that's really not its name.
You trade. Give me sparkly, twinkly.
And we're going to do this right now, actually. The art book that comes with the pre-ordered game, and you can find this art book on eBay. It's pretty cheap. It lists a double-winged eagle, or a double-winged crow. So a crow with natural wings and a smaller second set of wings underneath. It's hard to tell without pausing the game or finding a way to pause it, but that is actually what Sparkly is this double-winged crow. So we can drop items here to trade with her.
Sparkly, happy.
And that is the reaction she gives you when you actually drop something. But like in the other games too, she doesn't automatically just give you the reward that what the trade is. You have to reload the game to do that. Likely because this game again was made on the cheap, and it was probably not. Matthew Matosis brings this up too. It's probably just not worth it for them to animate something else to hand something over to you. But she gives us, when we trade the Talisman of God and the Gold Mask, and there are lore connotations to all of these things, she will give you a very precious, colorless demon soul.
You! Scary!
Okay, we gotta kill this guy. This is one of the game's famous Famous crystal lizards. And the crystal lizards... appear again. They're not one-time enemies. They appear again after more bosses are killed. They'll reappear in the levels. But they don't have fixed drops, and that's what's kind of bogus about them. And this is something that was changed in later games, too. So the crystal lizards will always drop certain items for you, specific to... Whoa. I blew that. Cannot believe I got through that. But anyway, so they only drop specific items to the level, specific to the level, but they also have rare drops. And since they only appear a finite amount in the game, this is the copper key that we found on the side of the battlement that we almost did the sequence skip for. So if you don't get certain rare drops from those crystal lizards in the game, you're out of luck. You have to go through an entire new game cycle. And we're talking like the high-level stuff to get you to +5 for certain weapons.
As thanks, I can provide you with useful goods. Who couldn't do with a little help down in these parts?
Alright, so this is Grave Robber Blige. He's just an unlockable vendor. He is the guy that sells us the cheapest arrows in the game at 10 souls a pop. We're not going to buy anything from this dude. I mean, he sells good stuff. These curved weapons are something of a natural occurrence, I guess, in this Shrine of Storms. Also, the bows, and also the leather armor set, which is something that Longbow Ulin will be wearing later in the game. So it's likely the Longbow Ulin came from this level. He also sells Cloudstone, sells Spice, sells Soul Remains. Sticky white stuff is something that we're going to talk about in a second. Useful, but not to us.
You fancy? Well, a bit of indulgence goes a long way.
Grave Robber Blige. He was also, if we were to get into his dialogue, we don't really have time. We can kill him if we want. Killing him doesn't really do us any good, but we can kill him if we want. He is but he was also a character scammed by Patches, the famous Patches the Hyena in this game, which is why he was locked up. Which is supposed to be a clue that, like, if you meet this Patches character, he's bad news. Okay, so in what is probably a very cathartic moment, going around this way, this giant hole, lets us kill the Vanguard Demon essentially free of charge. He can't get around the hole, so we can just sit here and pepper him with magic all we want. If we were a bow-wielding character, same thing. Or we could just, like, buy cheap bows and arrows from Blige down below, now that we've unlocked him. So, even though you may have gotten killed by this thing in the tutorial, he is no big deal now. I realized it wasn't exactly necessary to kill that thing and get the other demon soul, the gray demon soul again, but we can collect a couple of items strewn about the environment. So notice, well, you can hear the sound of another crystal lizard if you're paying attention. That's going to be way later in the level, because in the other side of that wall over there-ish is the end of the level. We're just going to essentially go around. But pay attention to the armor sets of those that are dead and that we're basically looting from. They kind of help tell some of the story of this game and what's going on here. So there's a lot of priests. There's a couple of royals. There's a lot of priests that came into this area. We got the Talisman of God off of one of them earlier. I really need these things, but whatever. We got the Talisman of God off of one of these guys a little bit earlier, but that should make you kind of curious as to why there are so many priests, certainly so many dead priests in this level. Up next is another item that we're gonna... Okay, man. Is another item that we're basically going to babysit. We're going to use for the majority of the game. Backstab? Yeah, alright. Defended by yet again another black skeleton. Oh no! No. That's okay. We killed the Vanguard demon. That's okay. Oh, we're gonna talk about sticky white stuff for Forrester. It's just gonna happen. Actually, this gives us an opportunity to mention the pure white world tendency events in this level. So if we had a pure white or a pure black world tendency, a character named Satsuki would be right here, right in front of us. In pure white world tendency, he would give us the quest to find the Makoto sword. In pure black world tendency, it's a black phantom that just attacks you irrespective of anything. So, because... Oh, we don't want to fight this guy. Because killing an NPC... Because killing an NPC, no matter what, will give you a... will drag your character tendency closer to pure black. Closer to black, we'll say. That should tell you something about the morality of this game. That... yes, it is evil to kill people. It's not good to kill other people. But is the game trying to tell you that even if someone's trying to kill you, it's bad to kill them? I mean, defending yourself is evil no matter what. There's certainly no answer to this, but the reason I say that is because the end of Satsuki's quest to find the Makoto... Whoa, get over there. At the end of his quest, you give him the Makoto, or not, and he's going to attack you with it. So yeah, there's some kind of funny morality at play here. Picked up some Cloudstone earlier. Cloudstone is the forging item to... we gotta get rid of that guy. Cloudstone is the forging item that boosts shields. I don't really get hit. And now we have the Adjudicator Shield, which is a great add. And I'm gonna kill this guy because it feels right. Okay, let's put him to bed. All right. Good face. Okay, so the Adjudicator Shield has the visage of the Adjudicator boss on it. It is the lightest great shield in the game. We don't have the strength requirement to use it. We need 14, which we're going to get from the... we're going to get a little later. That's the only instance that we're ever really going to boost our strength status so we can use that shield effectively. The passive effect, though, and I can equip this and get this now, is that it will constantly refill your health. It's very slow, but it's definitely useful. Now, wooden shields... Wooden shields won't protect very well. Certainly they don't give you 100% protection against attacks in this game. But they also don't protect very well against magic and or fire. We are just going to run past this guy. So while I'm going to equip it for the vast majority of the game, I'm not going to use it for everything. Okay, a little wimpy, but we're gonna run. We ran past all of those skeletons, those golden skeletons, because they're very difficult to kill. Essentially, they act as roadblocks, and they're just 100% not worth it at the point that we're at. We got another crystal lizard that we're gonna put down. So we have more Darkmoon Stone. Now, this is another instance of the game that it doesn't tell you, it doesn't telegraph that you can jump over this ledge. In other games, it wouldn't give you the opportunity to do that. So that's probably, I'm sure that's a reason that they got rid of it. And this is where we would have ended up if we had this, if we went through the sequence break I mentioned earlier. But just a strange design choice that was rightly jettisoned. Okay, so we're rolling up on the adjudicator boss in a second. There's a couple of other small items that we're gonna grab first. Another black skeleton, katana skeleton that we're gonna see in a minute too. Grave Robber's Ring is a it's a PvE item that we are not going to be using. More dead bodies, black skeleton, boss door on the other side. And then we'll talk about the adjudicator in a little bit after we do the business to this guy. Alrighty, so the Adjudicator shield has the visage of the Adjudicator on it. We're just going to put it on just so we can look at it for a second. Miyazaki has stated in interviews in the past that the Adjudicator was his favorite boss. This has just yesterday been refuted in a new interview, but we're going to get to that in a second. So the Adjudicator was his favorite boss. He liked it so much, that's why he made the Adjudicator shield. The Shrine of Storms is the Shrine of the Dead, according to him. So this is basically the catacomb level that you would find in any other level in the game. But like the dead had to basically pass through this area for judgment, and that's what an adjudicator is. It's essentially a judge. So this the area is kind of praising a dead hero of a pagan religion that we're going to see in a little bit later too. But the adjudicator is what he had to pass through to get to this point. So they needed an enemy to adjudicate the dead. His look, according to Miyazaki, is a cobbling together of different sort of pagan religious iconographies. One of them is likely Thoth, Thoth. That's one of the ancient Egyptian gods who was also the judge of the dead. Also, there's a Grimm's Brothers fairy tale about a golden bird, which sits atop, and you can see it on the shield, it sits atop the adjudicator's head. We're going to be seeing it very, very quickly. The Ancient Dragon Great Shield in Dark Souls 3 references this in that it's also the lightest armor, the lightest Great Shield in the game. It's a wooden shield. It's got a drawing on it that's like this, and the drawing looks very similar to the like a silhouette of the dragon god boss that we're going to fight in a second. Something I didn't really mention earlier, and this is sort of debatable, but Miyazaki has never really been shy about the influence that the manga Berserk has had over not only the sort of some of the plots of these games, because it's just evil fighting evil all the time here, but also just the visual representations of things. And the skeleton enemies do look pretty similar to the Berserk armor. All of the skeleton enemies in this level are basically the same character model, just with different colors holding different weapons. And there are certainly going to be more Berserk references as we play the game, as we go through things. But this is kind of what I consider a Zelda boss. So in the 3D Zelda games that have been coming out in the last 15 or 20 years, generally, Dead? Generally, like, you get an item in a level, like the boomerang or the hook shot or something like that, and you're supposed to use it during that boss fight to open up a weak point on the boss. You attack it a couple of times, and then the sequence starts over. You're supposed to do it. Maybe it's a little bit harder the second or third time, but you're supposed to do these things seconds and third times in those games, in the Zelda games. These bosses are very similar. If you're not, thanks for stopping by, Mike Bison. If you're not overpowered, if you haven't really muscled your way through a lot of, the stat building and getting better weapons and stuff like that, a lot of the bosses are do this thing, expose a weak point, fight it out a little bit, and then do it all over again. We are trying to overpower ourselves to the point where we don't have to mess with that, but
Thou seekest
whoops,
soul power,
not
dost
yet.
thou not?
So speaking of which, we're going to put on a little muscle. All right. Yes, we wanted to shoot the bird crown. Whoop. Just chewed out a bunch of grass. That's just how we do it when you're not paying attention. Grave Robert Blige, there's more grass for us. It's alright, getting rid of the low-level grass is ultimately for the best, because this stuff takes up space in your inventory. The more grass you hold is the more poundage that you're carrying, so I usually try to ditch low-level, or the high-level grass and stockpile it for later. I don't really need high endurance, but let's do it anyway. So the magic stat is that is priority. All right. So, Death in the Nexus. Don't want to screw around with. Don't want to really mess around with the world tendency. Get our stuff back. Talk to Tommy.
Hello again.
It's the same story, same song. Second verse, same as the first, that kind of thing. Okay, you don't need to carry... Oh, I forgot to put the strength on. That's okay. We don't need to carry stones to get... to have things forged for us. I don't really need this. We don't need to carry the stones to have things forge for us, but like when trading boss demon souls for either forging, we're gonna go do 2-1 for either forging or magic spell learning, I suppose. We do need to have those on us, so I typically just kind of hang on to them in my inventory anyway, but not 100% necessary. So. Most likely a new player in this game would go to this level anyway. And that would have likely have been the first crystal lizard that we found. And it's a good learning experience because running up on that crystal lizard would likely either have it disappear. Here's a vendor, the filthy man. We're not going to buy anything from him, but there he is. The lizard would either disappear or it would run off the ledge, which you're supposed to learn that lizards are, not only are they rare, they don't always respawn, but they also will kill themselves and you will lose the opportunity for the loot. So here is a note that's left here by some of the developers, and it tells you hints for this level. Enemies are susceptible to piercing attacks and magic. Alright, so sticky white stuff is the... Enemies in this level are also susceptible to blunt attacks too. So if we were using the barbarian, the deprived starting character class, he starts with a club or a great club. Actually, his attacks would do better in this level than most others. But again, we're using a weapon that scales with magic, so it counts as technically a magical weapon. So these guys are no big deal. We're actually going to take this all the way down, and I'll explain why in a little bit. While we're doing that, character classes in this game they're merely suggestions. So you could start at any character class that you want to, and depending on how you build your character is what you get out of it. So if you start with a knight and you want to cast magic, you can still pump stats into magic and intelligence. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Splintering your stats too much is a detriment in this game. But there are character builds, hybrid character builds that people can make. What kind of guy is this? That's a priest. Here's another priest. Hybrid character builds do work in this game, but for early players, it's usually suggested, and I think they even say this in the instruction manual of this game, that like you just kind of stick to one stat, one kind of character, and you'll be fine. So we found the Stone of Ephemeral Eyes, but this area right here is also where we're going to find, in a pure black, or close to a pure black world tendency, we'll find a primeval demon. And primeval demons they can kill you, but they're not very aggressive. They look just absolutely weird and terrifying. They look like giant larvae. But they have a chance of also dropping a colorless demon soul. Now, colorless demon souls are the only way to boost the stats of special items like the Adjudicator Shield, which we might actually use on the Adjudicator Shield a little bit later. So these enemies are scaled, so they're humans that have grown scales over them. That's why piercing and blunt weapons work better than slashing weapons, because they're naturally armored from being down here the whole time. Some of them, there are a fixed amount of bag-toting scaled guys that will always drop a fixed set of stones, forging stones. They only happen, or they don't regenerate. You kill them once in the game and they're gone until the next cycle. But they're there. Oh, yeah. Now, if you notice the output of souls that we got from these guys compared to the last level, or even the first level, you don't get experience points from this level. That wasn't the point of this area. The point was for the character to find forging material. And each different miner, depending on what they're carrying, actually, will drop different kinds of stones. And also different weapons. So a barehanded miner will drop, like the brass knuckles. Pickaxe miner would drop another pickaxe, for example. But they also drop certain stones. So we picked up a crushing... Okay, the emulator is definitely going to take a dive in this level. It's happened basically every time I played this game. We picked up a crushing +1 axe right at the beginning of this level. That crushing weapons scale with... Oh no, rats. Put this guy out of his misery. Crushing weapons scale with strength. But the twist is... There's no... unless you're farming them from the miners, there are no gray demon, or the gray shards of greystone in this level, other than the ones that are possibly dropped from the miner. So if you're running a high strength build, and this is one of the early levels that you go to, the weapons that you're forging with hardstone or sharpstone are likely going to be better, even at crazy high strength, than that crushing axe. Like, you have to go deeper into Stonefang. Got to go deeper into Stonefang to get gray stones to make that axe even worthwhile. But it's there, and that does kind of indicate that you can get gray stones from this level. Strength is the thing here. So here is a development White Phantom. White Phantoms would show up in the game if we were still online. We would see the ghosts of other players kind of floating around the game, floating around the world. I love that guy's just sitting here, all dead. You're terrible. That was put here to clue us into the fact that we can use these levers. There's a couple of them in the level. But that's probably the last, I think, scripted White Phantom that we're going to see. Primeval Demons, according to the art book, and I'm just gonna, from this point on, I'm just gonna refer to it as the art book, were called mineral spirits originally. I'm guessing because players find minerals in this level, and this is... Primeval Demons show up only once per world, and since it's right in the beginning, maybe they kind of named it after that when the game was still in development, but honestly, who knows? The weapon affinity for fighting these enemies, the blunt, or piercing, or magic damage things, that's definitely another sort of concept that comes from the D&D tradition, something that we mentioned earlier in 4.1. Shards of Meltstone will bring weapons back to their original state, so if we wanted to just get a regular old falchion out of this, we can give this Meltstone to Ed, and he'll take it back there, but I don't think I've used it once in all the times, the dozens of times I've played this game. Over here is just a small area full of these fire salamander guys. These things are terrible. You if you get too close to them, you're naturally going to take some fire damage. They're relatively hard to hit, just like the Just like the crystal lizards, they're kind of hard to hit. They're guarding a dragonstone, which gives your weapons fire affinity. It kind of eliminates the statistical scaling just to give it a fixed kind of like fire elemental damage. We're gonna find one of those much into 2-2. But those the lizards, the fire salamander guys, don't really drop anything. They don't really give you any souls. They're just a nuisance. Alright, so this was our shortcut too, which we will see in a second. One quick note about the emulator is that this game had some jank to it. There are a lot of technical problems with this game, and that's honestly because FromSoft was not the developer it is now. They didn't have really the manpower or the budget to sort of make it better. The game was already sort of it was a failure anyway, according to Miyazaki. So they didn't really throw a ton of resources at this game to optimize it. Having said that, this emulator does introduce a little bit of input lag, so I'm not gonna kind of FGC complain that like I'm losing fights because of the input lag, but it's there. It's noticeable.
Head straight for the door.
This is Ed. Ed will upgrade. He'll do all of the other upgrades basically that Baldwin can't. So our Fulton, for example, we're going to make it +2, and I don't really have the resources to make it +3, which is a darn shame. But he's also the character that it's plus on block. He's also the character that can make weapons out of demon souls, like the scraping spear that Mike Bison in the chat has already brought up. This scraping spear can be made with Phalanx's soul, and it is a phenomenal PvP weapon that basically crushes the weapon and armor durability of an opponent. And it was such a good item that it never appeared again in later Souls games. There hasn't been a weapon quite like that in later games of the series. So anyway, this elevator gets us back. You can see it right there. We're back at the beginning of the level. So if we were to die, which is very possible because I'm not playing well today, if we were to die, this will get us back to where we're at. But we're about halfway through at this point, maybe a little bit more. Nope, I'm not duping boss souls, but thank you for bringing that up because I forgot to mention it earlier. We're gonna talk about that when we get back to the Nexus. Another thing that I forgot to mention earlier too is that there's also a sequence skip in this level, close to that fat official that we found, that we fought it out with a little bit earlier. Oh man, terrible. In that you can kind of jump down to a portion of the level that's not technically part of it. It's not in the map, quote unquote map, and eventually it will drop you through the physics of the game. Having said that, you can kind of wander your way through the busted physics. There's another crystal lizard over here. That's a trap. We're going to talk about that in a second. You can wander your way through the busted physics, and if you reload the game at a certain point, it thinks that you're in 2-2. Now, the Archstone to getting to 2-2 is behind the boss, so that means you can break through the physics, end up behind the armored spider boss, and just kill it with impunity. No problems. Alright, the reason that Crystal Lizard is a trap is because there's this huge group of guys over here. Some of them will just chuck stones at you, giant rocks at you. really, I don't need to be killing these guys and doing all these things. I'm illustrating the point, I suppose. Because this crystal lizard is just going to drop. I think spider stone. Yep, which we're not really even going to use. Are there more particle effects of the soul arrow? I kind of doubt it, but man, who the heck knows? Emulators are magic. Speaking of which, I'm using RPCS3, I think it's what it's called. The kind of famous, somewhat famous emulator, PS3 emulator for this game. And it is an open source project, which I have no technical acumen to help out with, but I'm happy to evangelize, because getting these things to work is goddamn internet sorcery. So game preservation is an important thing. Getting games like this to work and to live, oh man, still after the fact, especially if a Demon Souls remaster never happens, even though I sort of doubt that, it's probably going to happen. But all the same, we would never have these games again after a certain point unless people like the developers behind this project weren't doing what they're doing. And it sucks that it has to be essentially piracy to make that happen, but you know, necessity and bedfellows, right? Excuse me. All right, so in the interest of speeding this along a little bit, PS4 is your Bloodborne machine. PS3 is the Demon Souls machine. I don't disagree. Bloodborne's great. If you noticed Ed earlier, he had way more scales on his body than his brother Baldwin does. And that's just an effect of being in this tunnel for so long. Sorry if I'm spoiling this for anybody, but the bottom of the Stonefang Tunnel is where the armor, or the dragon god sleeps. Sleeps, it's awake now. Comes up from the lava. And so having a dragon god basically underneath a mine, not only is it a probably some sort of reference to Moria from Lord of the Rings, too greedily and too deep, it seems to have had an effect on the miners here and Ed by extension. It has put scales on their bodies. And I cannot believe that this emulator is still running. Usually it takes a crap by now. Online capacity for the emulated version, not that I know of, but you know, you never can tell, man. You never know. These fat officials, the incessant laughing. A lot of people think the in Dark Souls 3, the sort of evangelist, large women that try to grab you and club you are references to these guys because they've got the same kind of like frilly collar. Possible, but there's no real no evidence one way or another. Conclusive evidence, I should say. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of visual clues around us that we are going to be fighting some sort of spider. Spiders, super common in fantasy literature, video games, movies, whatever. Chris Blade, we're going to talk about that in a second too. But giant spiders are something that Miyazaki has come back to constantly. All of the other games have a sort of giant spider one way or the other. The Izalith sisters in Dark Souls, there's literally a giant spider in Dark Souls 2. Bloodborne has just absolutely freaking terrifying spiders. In Murgo's Loft, so spiders are a very recurring motif. The Chris Blade. All right, so the Chris Blade is basically a short sword that I'm going to equip in my other hand that naturally boosts your magic attack, which is awesome since we're using a magic build. Oh, I don't have the muscle to wear this, do I? Oh well. Okay, so even if we had the strength to use the Adjudicator Shield, the Adjudicator Shield is has lousy fire resistance. So here we go. This resets the fight. So having a metal shield, even the buckler, is honestly better than carrying the Adjudicator Shield. Staying to this side. Huh, alright. Staying to this side will, sometimes block the triple shot. Alright. I'm sure it's a perfect science, blocking the triple shot, but whatever. Okay, so the reason we really came to this level in the order that we did is because I wanted to unlock Ed so we can start forging. He could forge some of our weapons. Wasn't really a ton to say about this level, all things considered. Spiderstone is a forging path in this game that, for bows specifically, because this is the only game in the series where the bows, like compound bows in particular, scale better with strength than they do dexterity. So the Spiderstone actually reverses that, so dexterity builds could use bows more effectively. And there's a kind of a... we could use the Armored Spider's soul to forge the lava bow, I think it's called. Yeah, the lava bow, which naturally gives all of your arrows a fire effect, and it looks kind of like a spider's leg. It's kind of a neat visual motif. All right.
Thou soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
Oh, really? That's it? All right. Oh, I still forgot to put the strength on.
Art thou done? Main that.
Have you met the last surviving monumental? Those fools, and now it's all a travesty.
Okay, normally I would go into 3-1 at this point and unlock Sage Frake, which is probably what we're going to do because I want to get a certain spell from him, which we'll also basically get from 3-1. Now wouldn't be a bad time to go through 1-2. Here's something neat. That only happens if you're in human form. Speaking of human form. Okay. So somebody mentioned this in the comments or in the chat a second ago. There's a glitch in this game where you can duplicate consumable items, and when you were online, there was a glitch in this game that you could duplicate even weapons and armor. I'm not going to demonstrate it because I think there's a certain purity in the game that I don't want to kind of screw with right now. I don't want to demonstrate it, but essentially it has to do with going to Stockpile Thomas and using the Nexial binding, even though we're in the Nexus. And the benefit to doing that is not only can you just get one of any specific forging item and that's all you really need, but also you can duplicate boss demon souls, which some of them have a crazy soul payout. Okay.
You have a heart.
We're gonna get through 3-1, and I think we're gonna take another quick break because I gotta eat something. Okay, behold the Tower of Latria. So this is the area of the game that we can get. You can get Mercury Stone, which I used to think scaled with Dexterity, but it does not. I can't remember. Oh my god, I can't remember off the top of my head what the benefit of Mercury Stone is. Chat, if you know.
Please help me.
This area has also been riffed on constantly in future Souls games. The Irithil dungeon in Dark Souls 3, poison. Okay. Mercury weapons scale with, grant poison. Dark Souls 3, the Irithil dungeon. Other jails sort of areas. In other games, I can't really think straight right now. It's because I'm so hungry, but it comes up a lot. The H.P. Lovecraft influence also comes up, obviously, quite a bit. In that, also from a sort of D&D tradition too, these Mind Flayer enemies are straight out of the Cthulhu mythos, and we're used to pretty good effect in Western tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and sorcery and stuff like that. Miyazaki has stated more than a couple of times that he's a pretty big fan of tabletop games. He's not shy about that. So it's people shouldn't be surprised to hear these sort of references are in these games. Okay, so we just picked up the Silver Coronet, which is a clue that the royal... Oh, man. The royal class comes from this area. Alright, so according to Miyazaki in interviews, when they were developing this game, there were two places with quote, evil intent. This is an area of what he considered a man-made evil. And the swamp in 5.2 is a more natural evil. These enemies will also drop Moonlight Stone, not Dark Moon Stone. Moonlight Stone will also scale weapons with magic, but it'll simply add a magic stat to your weapons. So let's say you've got sort of a dexterity magic hybrid kind of character, then the Moonlight Stones would be more beneficial to you than the Dark Moon Stones because it's just adding further scaling to your weapons. And as these games go, once you get to a certain stat level, the amount of growth, statistical growth you're going to get, say of attack power or whatever, has diminished returns. So once we get in this game to about 40-ish, north of 40, see, wizard's outfit, royal clothes. Once we get like north of 40,
Help me.
all right, man. We're not going to get a boost to our magic every time. Every time we put another statistic, a point into that stat. So, the benefit of the Dark Moon Stones, I think I mentioned this earlier, is that it kind of flattens everything out. So, like, your weapon only scales with your magic stat. And since we went very much whole hog into magic for this build, that's what we're going to stick with. But also the passive effect of just refilling my magic at all times. Slowly, but surely. Okay, so more Berserk. This area is clearly influenced by the part in Berserk where, if you've ever read it, there's another dungeon, kind of a weird sex dungeon kind of deal, maybe, that Griffith was held in, which also had a big religious kind of Judeo-Christian bent to that story too, like self-flagellation, pleasure is pain kind of deal. Read into it whatever you want. But anyway, this dungeon looks very similar to it. Specifically, these Iron Maidens. It is exactly the same thing as in the actual comic book. So the soul yield here is better than other areas. It's certainly better than 2-1, I should say. But the real benefit to coming here is the magic stuff that we're going to get out of it, and the amount of spice that we're going to get from the enemies, because the mind flayers drop spice with some regularity. Shanked. Right in the McRibs. Alright, guys. Enemies in this level can poison you too. Which is certainly something that we're going to be seeing happen eventually. Poison in this game... Just keep on coming. I should say I'm opening all of these cells because I just want to show you as much of the game as I possibly could. On a normal playthrough, it's typically not worth opening any of these. I think I got a little turned around. Nope, I'm in the right spot. Okay, so I'm going to get poisoned by one of these. I don't think I have a... Sure don't. Okay. Okay, I'm about to... Oh yeah, that's definitely a torture method. So Iron Brand in the chat is asking, he's wondering about the guys that were sitting headless out of a pot. Yeah, that is definitely an old-timey torture method. Okay, so I'm going to be poisoned. I don't have any way of healing that. Poison has a very punitive effect in this game, in that not only does it slowly drain your health, it's the assassin gear, which is pretty cool stuff. Not only does it slowly drain your health, it also doesn't let you refill health as effectively as you were once able to. So healing items don't work as well, as you can see, in a poisoned state. Now, this just means that I have to pay attention, and I'm just going to burn through all of my healing grass until this eventually wears off, because it will wear off eventually. Ugh. But this also means that I gotta get to stepping. We gotta get a move on. Oh, hey guy. Oh, well, this guy's gonna kill me anyway. That's that. That's okay. Because we were poisoned, I'm not considering that a terrible loss. One thing in this level that I might skip, actually, is the Ring of Magical Sharpness, which is another item that boosts the effectiveness, the strength of your magic spells. Okay, so we're only going to have a brief conversation with this woman, but this is another unlockable vendor.
You're an ordinary human, aren't you? Where do you call home? Dear me, I shouldn't pry. Oh, perhaps you'd like something
hey man,
from my collection.
Thanks for coming in.
I've had better days. I was once the wife of royalty, and I have some nice things to show for it.
Okay, so we can buy stuff from her. And you know what? We're just in case. We can get Moonlight Stone from her. We can buy Plague Lotuses, the Widow's Lotus. We can also get it from somebody else later. Plague is easily the worst status effect that this game has. We can also buy the Ring of Avarice from this person, but we don't really need it because we can find one a little bit later. But what's interesting about her is that she gives us a little bit more insight into not only the plot of this level,
and ventured above of their own volition. Redemption? There exists no such thing. The Queen banished her depraved old husband from the land. He returned in strange golden garb with foul demons in tow. They pillaged Great Latria, land of the learned, and locked us in this dungeon. Since then, they've been feeding off our souls, telling us over and over that if we go above, we will be granted redemption.
Totally. So, gives us some of the plot of the level.
I know that the church goddess may die, but never for long.
But clearly gives you a hint to how to kill the boss, okay?
Thank you.
Sorry, lady, we're not going to buy anything.
Now I can stay here for a little while longer.
Oh, no, we bought a flower, that's right. There is one pit trap in this level, and because it is structured in such a way, this pit trap comes back around and around and around and around. This guy can actually shoot us from a distance, and we can kill him now. And let's do that. So anyway, so gave us a hint to how to kill the boss at the end of the level because the boss will regenerate ad infinitum unless we find a way to stop it. We clearly know what that is because I've gone through this game several times, and I'm guessing many of you have as well. Also gives us some loot details, or loose details of the plot. And I'm going to come back around to this a little bit later, but or some other time. But I don't really need to be here right now, but this is, I think, that's where Sage Frake is. We're going to come back to this dude closer to the end of the level. So, fun fact, the word Latria is actually a real-world term. And also it is connected to religion. And religion, I mean, all of the people in this this prison are here because they think they're going to be saved or something. Which we clearly know is not the case. But Latria is a word, I think, of Greek origin that means adoration. So it's used in Catholicism. So Latria really isn't as much a place as this is the Tower of Adoration. Now, in a pure white world tendency, not only would we be able to free this guy, which we might do later if we have time, but also this rubble would not be in the way. This is Lord Rydell. We don't have time. Freeing him would give us the Dull Rat's Ring, which I think that we can find someplace else anyway. He is another soldier for King Alant. He's also in phantom form, and he's just gonna. I mean, he complains that he's gonna die any minute, and he's gonna turn into a. Oh man, I forgot the key. He's gonna basically fade away into nothing eventually, but that's not really the case. He'll be here for the entirety of the game. Did I lose track of where that key is? I think I did.
Please, help me.
It is super easy to get turned around in this level, and I have a foul sense of direction. It is straight up god awful. So if I get a little lost, please don't hold it against me. There we go. Okay, so the rubble that blocked us off next to Rydell. Also, his name is likely more it's more likely Ridiel and not Rydell. The Asian versions of this game, which were still translated into English, translate his name into Rydiell, I think, and the voice actor, even pronounces it Ridiel, too. So the loading screen that features that guy and has his name there,
Please, help me.
maybe just a misspelling, for all we know. Here's the fluted armor and the kite shield. Some good mid-level armor, stronger stuff certainly than what we're already carrying. We're not running a super high endurance build, so heavy armor is really not going to be in the cards for us, but it's there. Also right there was the silver bracelets, which are a female-only... We're actually going to put those on right now. Those are a female-only item, which... certainly weaker than the wizard's gloves that I'm wearing right now, but boosts experience, boosts soul gain. All right, here is Legion. Legion pretty much should be fought at a distance. Because running up to it, you know, it's just a bunch of bodies kind of stitched together, flailing. And it'll really hit pretty hard. But what I was saying earlier from just gonna let some magic refill in a second too. That area for the Pure White Will tendency, the three-pointed witch's hat is there. As well as the rogue set. The rogue set is interesting in that... I've got enough magic to kill it. Rogue set's interesting because that is the set that Mephistopheles wears in the Nexus, which should tell us that Mephistopheles is also from this area originally. I promise we're going to talk about Mephistopheles soon. Just, you know, dropping all those tantalizing hints. We're likely not going to get it in this run through the game. I don't think we're going to have the time. So Legion, not unlike the Grand Falloon or the monster that became Legion in the Castlevania series, visually very similar. A bunch of bodies just kind of cobbled together. Legion is a reference to the Bible. Yet another biblical reference in this game. There was a demon possessing, I think, a child that Jesus had exorcised, and when Jesus asked its name, it just said, "We are Legion." In Symphony of the Night, the American version of Symphony of the Night called that enemy the Grand Falloon, which is a Kurt Vonnegut reference. Just kind of a word that he came up with to sort of make fun of group thought, blindly kind of going the same way as your peers. There's the pit trap again. That is one way around to the other side of the level. Uh-oh. One way, but definitely not the way. There's an Estoc, however you pronounce it over here. On the other side of that, I should say. I think there's a Mercury Rapier +1 over this way as well. I think on the other side of this wall. And see, you can't walk over this battlement for some reason. That's the ledges that you can and cannot walk over. Hot garbage. Glad they got rid of it. Fun stuff. Whoa. Not necessary stuff, but fun stuff. Okay. So carrying on with the rest of the level. On the other side of this atrium, I guess, is the crystal lizard that would drop Moonlight Stone. I think that would be Moonlight Stone. But honestly, A, we don't need it. B, the crystal lizard is basically just running you into that pit trap. I guess we're gonna do it anyway. Moonlight Stone. There we go. Yeah, like he'll just continue to run and hit this pit trap here. So crystal lizards are just as much a trap as they are a boon. Yet more Catholic imagery. Okay, Stones of Ephemeral Eyes. Again, the eye reference thing. These are essentially what humanity are in the Dark Souls games. Because they revert you back into a human state in body form. Since we can't get online, and that's how you would get, you need to be in body form to be online in this game. People think really the only benefit to them now is to just revert you back to body form for the hit point boost. But it's the easiest way to put a world into a pure black tendency state, which I'll show you later. Okay, so that ballista over there, we could, not me, but we could roll through these arrows with the proper timing and basically just take us to the end of the level, what is essentially the end of the level. I will not be trying that. It's an unnecessary risk. I'm not... Yeah. Okay. I think that room also only opens under a pure white will tendency. I could be wrong about that. Try to be as definitive as I can with these streams, but I think that's something I just am straight up wrong about. Okay, also unused in the code of this game is a sort of wandering demon lady. Some sort of wizard. And what's interesting about her is that she is invisible. Well, she was supposed to be invisible. And it may have, her visibility may have been tied to body form or soul form. She was supposed to be in this level, but also apparently in the code she's flagged for also being in the Nexus. So that may have been sort of a precursor to what we got with Mephistopheles. She's wearing purple. She looks fairly royal, I suppose. But there are content videos you can find on the internet that kind of show you what the character model looked like, but unfortunately ditched for this game. Alright, here we are on the other side of the ballista. We can turn it off, which essentially makes this a shortcut too. Even though you gotta kind of still figure your way through the cell block. Alright, down at the end of this hallway, down over here, is the entrance to the church. On this side, the only thing that's there is a silver catalyst, which we already have, so I'm not going to go get it. But it's there. We are going to go to the other side of the church, though. The other balcony. Sorry, everybody. First, let's grab some stuff. Not 100% necessary stuff, but stuff all the same. Can't hurt to have more souls. Clever Rat's Ring. I think there's another Stone of Ephemeral Eyes here. Look at all of the priests. Yep. Many of them are priests. Alright. Okay, so there are two rings. There's there's an actual rat there. There's the Clever Rat's Ring and the Dull Rat's Ring. Both of these belong to Ridiel, whatever. The Clever Rat's Ring, I think, just boosts attack damage at 30% health or lower. The Dull Rat's Ring does that for defense. At 30% or lower, your defense goes up. It's basically the blue Tearstone rings and the red Tearstone rings from the Souls games. Kind of a deep-cut reference that Sanad SK, I think that's how you pronounce it, he found in Dark Souls 3 is that Grey Rat gives you the blue Tearstone ring, which is what the Dull Rat's Ring equivalency is in that game. Grey Rat is a gray rat. It's a dull rat. That is pretty clever. Alright, here we go. Alright, so in here is an inmate casting spells.
What? I won't cause you trouble.
That we're gonna kill because he now won't cast spells, and he's looking over the boss arena, this church. And if we didn't kill him, we would never be able to kill the boss in this area. Now, we're not going to do this. But you can drop down here and get some grass, and that will lead you right to the boss area. But there's a Black Phantom down there, whom is wearing the assassin set, is carrying the crossbow that we have earlier, and the baby's nail weapon, which we're going to get in a little bit. Dropping into that area basically puts you right on top of the Black Phantom. And since I would be losing kind of a substantial, I'd be losing a little bit of health from the drop, but I'd also probably likely take a hit from a crossbow with impunity. So that may kill me, and I'm not going to mess around with that. So what we're going to do is just try to fight it out with this Black Phantom. The baby's nail, back up, lady. The baby's nail causes plague, which is, like I said, it's the worst status effect in the game, in that, like, it's basically like poison, but faster. It doesn't heal it will never heal on its own, and it makes it that much harder for you to use healing items too. Okay, so we got the Black-Eyed Stone. So the first Black Phantom that you kill in the game will give you the Black-Eyed Stone. And this is the invasion tool. I think this is the fastest way to go get Frake out of the joint, so that's what we're going to do. I could be wrong about that too. Because the magician inmate that was casting the resurrection spell had the key to bust Frake out. So the baby's nail is also an awesome PvP weapon, if such things still existed. Of course I went the wrong way. Okay. Please. Again?
Help me.
Of course I did. Okay, so as I'm stumbling my way through here, let's talk about Miyazaki for a second. So it's pretty well known at this point that he was not a game designer by profession. So he worked at Oracle, which is a company that makes a lot of utility software, like business utility software. The company I work for, actually also uses Oracle stuff, or did at one point. big into games, big into he loved playing video games when he was younger. He said he loved tabletop games. He still likes playing tabletop games, analog games as he calls them.
I never expected to get out of there
Friend
alive.
supposedly showed
My
him
name is
Ico,
Frank.
Fumito Ueda's
I'm
famous
honest, Frank.
PlayStation 2 game.
I thought
Played
my
it,
magic
loved it
would
so
give
much
me
that
an
he
edge
quit
against
doing what he
these
was doing.
demons,
He's like,
but
I
how
have to make
long
video
I was.
games now. So the only
I have
company that
been
would hire him was
enfeebled
From
by
Software.
my
From Software is a developer of the Armored
But I
Core
can
series. That's
still
probably what
move
they're
my
most
legs.
famous for. Also made
I
the
can make
Tenchu
it
games,
back
the later
to the
Tenchu
Nexus.
games, not all of them.
I thank the stars that I escaped when I did.
But kind of a BC grade, quirky Japanese developer. Supposedly they were the only ones that would hire him. So that's what he did. He's like, I just want to make games for somebody, and he found somebody to make games for. When I think I've blown it again, haven't I? Yep, cool. Okay, so found somebody to make games for, and that was From Software. From Software was also known for a first-person dungeon crawling RPG series called Kingsfield, and this was sort of a spiritual successor to Kingsfield. They wanted to make something similar, but not necessarily a Kingsfield game. They were pretty open about that. See if you know where you're going. It's really, really fast. So this isn't necessarily like a Kingsfield 3, and it shouldn't really have been known as that, but like the inspiration was there. And there's some Kingsfield references that we're going to find too. But worked on Armored Core, directed an Armored Core game, from what I understand. As this game was a failing prototype, he kind of stepped in and took it over and said, you know what, if I screw this up, it was already a failing project. There's no loss one way or the other. You're still probably going to be working at FromSoft if this was a big mistake. Okay. Boss of the area. We bailed out Sage Frake. Sage Frake was imprisoned carrying Jerry's stiletto. This Jerry character doesn't actually show up in game, but the ghost of him kind of hangs over it a little bit, because he was an associate, a friend of Sage Frake. He made the one of the rings. I want to say the Ring of Magical Sharpness, but also that stiletto, which is a nice-ish weapon. But we're not going to be using it. Now, we have to get this baby's nail now. There are other ways of getting it in the game if you didn't get one to begin with. But if you didn't get it here, during the boss fight, Alright. You wouldn't be able to get it after it's over, and I'll show you why. Okay, so this boss fight, she creates doubles of herself, obviously. Some of the doubles, or the doubles use regular soul arrow, kind of like how I'm using it. But the actual one uses a stronger spell, and that's how you can tell the difference. You can kill the doubles if you want. Really not necessary. It just doesn't really have a high defense stat. This is supposed to be sort of a fake image, fool's idol of the queen of this country. So in the plot, the queen of this country, this was a queendom. King was banished, possibly because he was sort of a lecherous, bad person. Came back, Golden Garb. We're going to talk about that in a second too. But either exiled or killed the queen. I think exiled her. Imprisoned the royalty. Started making his own demons. And made a fake image of her to give the imprisoned royalty some sort of false hope. This scene, kind of similar to what we saw getting to Anor Londo in Dark Souls. These gargoyles are guys that we're going to see again in the next level. But if we didn't get the baby snail, we would always run into that animation. So we're going to head back to the Nexus. Doll Demon Soul is very important to us. And there he is. So we're going to do some Nexus stuff. First, this guy has a little bit of gratitude for when you save Sage Frake, but he's still kind of a jerkface.
I have a proposal. Could you bring your... As I determine what a demon's soul is, you have your wits.
I do, my man. I've got my wits about me. So the Soul Ray, that's what we're looking for. It's a more powerful version of the Soul Arrow. Fire Spray is also a very handy spell. We're going to use a little bit, but not 100% necessary. So we're going to swap out the Soul Arrow for the Soul Ray. And equip Fire Spray. That's
Bring me more demons.
Really need. Those magic spells definitely come back under different names in the other Souls games. All right. Okay, we need 14. We're doing it this time. Where'd she go? I think she's up there. The Maiden in Black. Oh, there she is. Wanders to different areas. Oh man, I need a lot. And that was the whole take from the last level. That's alright. We are going to use metal shields again, but not for a little while. Probably even just use the kite shield that we just picked up. But let's ditch our stuff. Man. Okay, don't need any of these. I mean, we've pretty much got all the gear that we need going forward. Yeah, we can probably end the game on the stuff that we have.
You have a heart of...
Now that we've got stronger spells, now that we've got strong equipment, it's not necessarily going to be a cakewalk getting through this, but but we're in pretty good shape. We're gonna take the fresh spice with us.
You have a heart of gold.
Call it the just in case fresh spice. But we can really handle the rest of the game in any order that we want to go at this point. We're in pretty good shape to go to basically every other level and clear them out. We might as well clear out 4 or 1 to the point that we can. But I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to go grab something to eat, and I'll be back soon. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. about noon. So we've been going for a good 4 hours at this point. Excuse me. Which means we better get a move on. Just doing some quick checking on some stuff. Ugh, come on. Okay. So, like I said, pretty much we can take the game in any order that we want at this point. So I'm going to go through the rest of 4. So there's really not a ton to say about 4. We can get through it with some speed. So we're going to do that. Probably save 5 for the end. I usually do. 5 is slow going. I think it's, personally find it kind of dull. Some nice goodies up front. This is the one of the early famous soul farming spots. Because here again is our pal Grave Robber Blige. Hey dude. At the bottom of this area is this Grim Reaper, who summons Shadow Men. And killing the Grim Reaper will kill all these Shadow Men. Now, if we had, if we were packing a bow, we could just rain arrows down in this guy and kill him quickly. We do not. So that happens. That's okay. The thing with those guys is that you can stun lock them pretty easily, or easily enough that as long as you're dishing out enough damage, they can't really do much to you. Grave Robber Blige, again, right here, sells the cheapest arrows in the game. So if we were a bow user, we could easily just farm souls from this guy. Kill ourselves, start over again. Okay, this dude also drops Dark Moonstone. All of these guys drop Dark Moonstone, which is the forging item we need for this weapon that I'm carrying. So we're not necessarily going to farm them from these guys, but we can. It's more of a, it's good that it's here, so we know what we can get it. We do need some because we're going to have to upgrade this weapon eventually.
The demons haven't got to you, have they? Well, I'm in luck. You see that pit? It's filled with treasure. But I can't get to it myself. Go on, have a look. It's more riches than I've ever dreamed of. That's it. That pit just there. Go on. Get a little closer.
Okay. Patches the hyena.
What's keeping you? Have a look at that treasure down in... Then we'll work out a way.
Does what he does in all these games. Fun reference in Dark Souls 3 was the horse hoof ring, which boosts kick potential. Kicks don't exist in this game, and as you saw earlier, plunging attacks don't exist in this game either.
Take your time.
Those were demons or Dark Souls
Then I'll
references.
sell every last trinket off your corpse.
But you get the horse hoof ring from Patches because he's constantly kicking people down ledges and stuff. That's pretty funny. We're going to get back to Patches in a second. Over here is Saint Urbane. He is the high-level miracle teacher.
Well, I did the same. He fooled me.
Fell for the same trick as
now
Patches.
I am stuck here. The reverberations seem to suggest that we are but dark, fearsome souls stand between us and... But have no fear. Pray with me. Umbasa.
Umbasa, as he says. So he... we free him after we kill this Black Phantom. And this Black Phantom, actually, he's pretty strong. But what's interesting about Black Phantoms is they drop, I think all of them drop, most of them drop, stones of ephemeral eyes. And this Black Phantom is triggered by the appearance of Frake. So, if we were to kill Frake and then kill the Black Phantom, we could come back to this level, and because it still thinks that Frake should be here, the Black Phantom will respawn. So we can farm stones of ephemeral eyes indefinitely from this Black Phantom. Because normally Black Phantoms, you kill them once, they never appear in levels again. We're not going to do that, but you can. Oops. He's just relying on you to do his dirty work for him. Urbane. Sure what that was there. Alright. Okay, so we got some chunk of Dark Moonstone, we got plenty of shards of Dark Moonstone, so we can...
Did you cleanse the... God has Chumbasa.
We can now upgrade this weapon. This up here is the Magic Sword Makoto. Magic, it's just a name. It's not actually a magic weapon. But this will be at our feet under a pure white world tendency. And if you can see up there, the body that's carrying it is the same as, has the same armor set that Satsuki has. If we were in a pure white world tendency, we'd be able to see it too. Satsuki's basically like the equivalent to Shiva of the East in Dark Souls. And that, like, this is a very obviously European set game. Eastern European, maybe. And he's like the one, maybe Japanese, maybe East Asian character we meet.
You, hey look. There aren't many human... I know. Here.
Okay, so now Patches is a...
Come on. No need to drag...
Now Patches is a vendor that we're going to find in the Nexus. Okay. Whoops. Thing about this level is that there is no shortcut. This level is a straight shot, front to back. And there are some very difficult bottleneck areas we are going to have to find our way around. I forgot one other thing before we get to that. So, heading up these two staircases, there's another staircase on the other side that would lead us to the top balcony that we had fallen off to get to this point. The other side, I think there's a throwing knife or a throwing projectile or consumable that's really not necessary. Stone of Ephemeral Eyes can't hurt, though. It's worthwhile. Coming up here was this illusory wall with another black skeleton. More important to us was more important than the black skeleton to us is this crystal lizard, whom again crystal lizards will fall off of ledges. We need this guy's material. And since we don't really have time to farm weapon forging materials for this playthrough, every crystal lizard counts. Okay, over here is the white bow and white arrows. White arrows are basically magic arrows. White in this game's parlance is essentially magic. Has fairly high stat requirements, but is the strongest base bow found in the game. It's the equivalent to the black bow of Ferris in Demon Souls. Okay, here's the hard part. That's why. Alright, we're actually going to use our soul remains here. These guys are no joke. They are going to run after that. Oh my god! That's what I get. One second. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. My wife and I are throwing a party tomorrow, and we have a lot of party things to do. I can't believe I did that. I cannot believe I did that. I shouldn't say that. I totally believe I did that. Alright, so let's get back to this. As you have maybe heard and have seen, when I'm attacking some enemies, excuse me, when I'm attacking some enemies, they will eventually slowly just start to lose their health. lose their health, and there's kind of that weird beating heart sound happening. That's because I've inflicted them with bleeding. Curved swords, like the falchion that I'm using. Nice. Will inflict that naturally. It is a little curious, though, why it's happening to undead enemies. Oh, man. Okay. We don't really have a ton of damage output with this weapon. At least not in this level, okay? So this next part is a little bit challenging too. So we gotta get through these guys one way or another. There's two of them that we have to fight it out with. They will respawn. So, just like in the catacombs in Dark Souls 1, you gotta kill the specific monster to make sure the ghosts and the other undeads in the area don't respawn too. So, another example of it going forward. So, over here is a trap. There is a small... just like that. Two small phantoms. And really this stuff is just garbage, I think. Crescent moon grass, crescent moon grass. Right, so it's basically a trap. Okay, this very unassuming mountain walkway, mountain path, is notable in so much is it's the only place in the game to get a pure blade stone. So in a pure black world tendency, about right here-ish, over here, a black phantom dual katana skeleton spawns. That is a very, very difficult enemy for a very small area. But it is the only monster in the game that will drop a pure blade moon. Oh, damn it. I knew it was gonna happen. A pure blade moon stone. A pure blade stone. But the drop rate is just hilariously small. It's just inconceivably small. So there are plenty of stories of people out there that just have farmed it for hours and never gotten it. So a lot of players would trade them, dupe and trade them online. Just one. Just one path needs a pure blade stone. So this game's forging system was much more was much more complex than the later games. They rightly kind of wimped it down. In that, like, every different kind of... Still got that equipped, okay. Yeah, like every different kind of stone had a shard, a chunk, and a pure, but there's tons of different stones in this game. See, we learned from our mistakes. But you had to, like, to take a weapon from base to give it a pure kind of stone. You had to get it to +6 first. Which takes kind of a long time. So it's just, the later games just eliminated a lot of useless weapon forging and item farming. Alright, speeding things along. Oh, rats. Okay, so coming up on the end of the level pretty soon. The boss fight's going to take a little bit of time, unfortunately. It's kind of a long fight, unless I screw something up here. This area, this is basically where sticky white stuff is made. And yes, that is an unfortunate name, I get that. But these slugs basically created. So the sticky white stuff is a byproduct of the slugs. Oh man. Underneath us. And there are some items that we can get down there. There's a katana down there. There's some pure stone, or I think chunks of sucker stone are down there. I think there's a stone of ephemeralize down there. We don't need any of that stuff. There's a ring down there too. We don't really need any of that stuff for this build, so we're just going to keep on going into the old hero fight. Yeah, me too. You could make a case that this fight is similar to the Yorm, the giant fight in Dark Souls 3, but not really. But however, the Storm Ruler sword used in the Yorm fight is just past this boss fight. We're going to basically run straight from here to there. Okay, the old hero is blind. So with the So with the ring, the thief's ring, he won't see us very easily. It isn't unless you just run right through his legs. So a bow character could do the same thing here. We could just kind of plink him from a distance. Missing shots is not what we want to do here. If I was much more patient, had a whole lot more time on my hands. I would be able to use my Dark Moon stuff and maybe use the Fragrant Ring to, oops, a little greedy there. To regenerate my magic, my MP, but I have plenty of spice for that. So like I said, if you get a little too greedy with this fight, if you just keep attacking him, he's gonna run up on you. That's something that we're gonna try to avoid because I'm pretty fragile. But if you're patient, you let him do some kind of blind swings on his own, or just let him sort of reset himself. Usually won't get too aggravated. And then again, we gotta mop this up. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, well. Ugh. Only here. Only on this stream. This level's not even that long. Plus side, we got lots of Dark Moonstone out of this. Oh, man. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Alright, we've got 2 soul remains left, so if I keep screwing this up, I'm just going to make it harder on myself. These guys have awesome exaggerated movements. I guess the plus side of all of this is that we are going to have just one heck of a payout at the end of this level when it's all over. Probably just run right into 4 or 3 just to end this section of the game out. Once more with feeling. All right. I'm gonna ditch the cling ring for the fragrant ring. It's just so I've got some sort of magic refilling, because I'm only got 4 spices left, and that should be enough, but let's just not tempt fate again, shall we? So it seems likely that I'm going to have to start swinging swords with this thing in a second. I get one good shot. Alright, so unless we're... Oh! It's getting ugly. I'm getting very frustrated with myself. Oh my god. It's the stream curse. Again. Alright, stream. I promise we're gonna wrap this up. Oh, nice. Botch this one more time. Because I have other soul remains I can use. And I'm out of spice. So if this doesn't happen now, I'm coming back to it later. Excuse me. dropped frames. It's a bad sign. Those guys will drop chunks of Dark Moonstone too, and I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen any of it because I've been screwing this up so bad. Ammo. And have had to fight it out with them more than I should have at this point. It's gonna be a long fight, people. Well, I might as well collect the stuff that's in the arena. We've got a Stone of Ephemeral Eyes and a couple of Holy Arrows, and if we look here, this is the that's the Grim Reaper that we dropped off a cliff a little while ago. It's cliffed, as a matter of fact. Such a state. Oh, my god. Stream. I can only apologize. Alright. Hero Demon Soul. Archstone. Okay, here's the Storm King. Not a ton to note about this fight. There was an alternate cutscene that was cut from the game where it would crash into the peninsula or the island or something that we're on. Likely, it was maybe a cut second phase of the fight, or maybe an end phase, kind of like how the Dragon God is fought. So, like it would crash onto the island, and then you could kind of go up and run up and hit it. But just the cutscene was cut from it. We don't really know anything else. Now you can kill the Storm King. You can kill this boss without getting the Storm Ruler sword. You have to basically be a ranged character to do it. You would need to have either magic or magic or arrows. So we could fight it out with this guy without the Storm Ruler, but the Storm Ruler does make it just a little bit more efficient. Storm Ruler obviously shows up again in Dark Souls 3. It's a pretty blatant reference to this game. And the Storm King will come down once we've killed off enough of little cronies. Feels good when that happens. Alright, something I guess worth mentioning is that this is probably the best spot in the game to farm souls, because these guys yield a fair amount on their own. And in a pure Black World tendency, it's just that much more. Fight's kind of a pain because you're always sort of at the mercy of your own endurance stat. I think that would hurt his tail, but nope. Cutting off tails is something that's going to come up in conversation pretty soon. I think I really blew it on the Oh, the old hero fight. You guys haven't seen any... You haven't seen an aptitude quite yet. Get ready. Alright, we should get him in the next pass. Alright, so not a whole lot to say. As I was mentioning earlier with the... Well, the Storm Ruler Sword only does that kind of like sweeping effect in this area of the game. As I was sort of mentioning before, there are crystal lizards in this level, in this boss arena. There's 2 of them, and it's the only place in the game that you can get pure Dark Moonstone is from these crystal lizards. But they are rare drops from those crystal lizards. So if you don't get them and you kill all the crystal lizards in this game cycle, you're SOL. Okay, let's... Alright, we're gonna grab... probably grab the kite shield. Take it with us. We're gonna mop up 2. Probably after that, circle back around to the rest of 3. Do 5 and then 1. I think that's going to be the most efficient path going forward. So we need to get this party moving.
That the soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be outmade.
Hello,
Oops.
You have a... Hello, Amki.
Okay, sticky white stuff, turpentine, items that will buff your weapons don't work on magic weapons, meaning the weapon that I have right now, magic-based weapons, and faith-based weapons.
You have a heart of...
So, the, whoops.
Hello,
Alright, we need something that's got a good fire resistance. Anyway, I think this is just too heavy, so we're gonna take that.
You have a heart of gold.
Yeah, so there's a there's Faint Stone, which makes weapons scale with your faith stat, but you can't use sticky white stuff, and you can't use turpentine and black turpentine on those either. Okay, so here is Urbane. We're not going to talk to him. This woman here, she has such blind faith that she gives all of her possessions to him eventually in the game, close to the end of the game cycle. So if you have, if you're a faith-based character, and if you get your faith up to 20, she gives you the pure Faint Stone, which again is really her only use. If you don't do that within, I think, a certain amount of killed bosses, she gives her faith stone to Urbane. Okay, we've killed some bosses. So the Crystal Lizard is here. That Crystal Lizard, as always, they're traps. Oh my god, this is getting terrible. But we need to upgrade my weapon. And I need souls to do that. So we're gonna have a really, really quick. Well,
you have a heart of gold.
We're just gonna go. Let's do it.
Wait, where?
Let's go into 5.
Oh. Wait, where are you going?
So I think we should be okay in 5 with the level of weapon that we have. Oops. Okay, enemies in this level are weak to fire, so that's a good excuse to use fire spray if you got it, because it's super cheap to cast and should keep us largely out of harm's way. But we're 2-hitting at pretty much most of these guys to begin with. We're probably going to skip a lot of the items in this level, because this is one of those levels where, like, there are quite a few shortcuts, or at least alternate ways of getting to places, and quite a few hidden enemies that are only hidden for the first run through. This is sort of the proto Light Town, which we're going to see in much more detail. In 5.2, because there's a poison swamp and the hovels that they basically all these people sleep in. Enemies are similar, visually similar. They've got the kind of long, beak-like snout. These guys are gonna pop awake. No. These guys are gonna pop awake. So these things, cameras frequently a problem here. Enemies. What am I doing? Enemies are always sort of behind little nooks and crannies. Okay, so the story of this level is that a sort of priestess, Saint Astraea, came down here to kind of be one and aid these poor people. They were basically living in just abject misery. And in doing so, got fed up with the church and became a demon herself. The game sort of struggles here with what a demon actually is then. If this good and pure person who's doing something good and pure, why she had become a demon, or what does it mean to be a demon if that takes place. Jerk face. So a lot of the enemies poison. This guy sets people on fire. Like in Blighttown, there are wasp-like or mosquito kind of monsters. That's the Saint set. This guy's gonna pop awake. They can poison you in this game. You get too close to that, those kind of sprays of blood that would poison you as well. Okay. Interesting spot. So here's the filthy woman. She's the vendor of the area. She sells you lotuses. She tells you to buy lotuses. So she's pretty handy. She also sells you stones of ephemeral eyes. They're super expensive, but you can buy them from her. What's interesting about her is that in 5.2 there was some dialogue, which I think is cut. I think it's cut from the game, where she mentions a few times that she's jealous of Astraea. Okay, jealous of Astraea because, in her words, she was the apple of men's eyes before Astraea had come in, okay? But she says that they worship her, all the men worship her like she's the Virgin Mary, which is a very curious real-world reference. As we know that latria is a term in real-world Catholicism. It makes you kind of wonder if this game takes place in the real world. Like, way in the future or something. Okay, so here is an alternate path that we can't go through, but there's a crystal lizard on the other side. We'd have to fall and come through here in a different way. Crystal lizard on the other side. There's also the blessed mace +1. So because there are faith-based monsters, really, or this is a faith-based level, if you want to put it that way. So like somebody that's like how we went through the Shrine of Storms, which has some magic attunement to it, to get a weapon. And scaled with my magic stat right away. Faith-based character classes, early ones, can just bum rush through this level to find the Blessed Mace as quickly as they can. So they don't have to mess with like strength scaling, anything like that. They can just kind of dump as much as they possibly can into Faith. The Blessed stat boost is a lot like the Crescent Moon, in that it doesn't flatten out all the other stat boosts and only puts strength from the Faith stat into a weapon. It just kind of lowers the strength or the other scaling stats. We just fought a bunch of plague rats. They're very weak. They only take one hit. They don't deal a lot of damage, but they will plague you if they look at you funny. And again, plague is awful. We can get plague lotuses from the woman above, but these guys don't really drop. The enemies in this level don't really drop a lot of souls, so it's kind of hard. It would be hard for us to get plague and heal it, because chances are we don't get the souls for it. In a pure white world tendency, there's a ladder here, and up the ladder is a gaggle of enemies that guard the Istarel, which is not the name of a person, it is a place. Yes, Japan has a habit of co-opting religious ideas. Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's a common video game trope. It's just the religion in this game, the reason I was bringing up the Filthy Woman is that the religion in this game is so, established. Like the monotheism, there is a sort of established higher power, at least that these people believe in. And it's just interesting that they kind of get away from that with a Virgin Mary reference. What was I saying? Plague rats. Awful. Kill them both? Let's kill them both. Didn't kill them both. Okay. So here is a very handy place. Oops. To have Soul Ray, because Soul Ray goes through enemies. So if we lined them up correctly, we could have popped a few of those guys with fewer shots. But alas. Stomping around up there? No? Okay. Here we go. Okay, so this is the end of the level. Thank goodness. All right. So Istarel, that's something that, okay, we were talking about that earlier. So I'm going to let some magic refill here for a little bit while we talk about that. The magic teaching characters, Urbane, those other guys, they mentioned that a bunch of knights went down in Elatria to try to figure out what's going on with Estraya. So they don't really believe that Estraya stayed here of her own free will. They think that she has been kidnapped. One of them was Lizaya of Istarel. And Lizaya was the person, Istarel was the place. So the spear is named after the place. So it's probably some sort of holy relic of whatever place this person had been living in. It's a great weapon that scales with faith, but it's a short spear, so it doesn't really have a lot of range. But it also has a passive benefit of boosting plague and poison resistance. So if we were somehow in a pure white world tendency to get this now, it would have been a very, very useful item to bring with us to 5-2. But we're not. We don't have that opportunity. So let's fight it out with the next boss. Normally we'd have to walk all the way around. Well, not normally, but we'd have to walk all the way around this area. Alright, that's that. Yeah, so you can... There's a bunch of different ways that you could have fought this enemy. Arrows, magic, piles and piles and piles of different ways. Lots of stuff floating around the arena. The more enemies you kill in the level, the more stuff actually appears in the arena. Mostly it's stuff that we don't really need, like Faintstone, some grass, things like that. We don't really need that stuff that badly. So we're gonna... I honestly don't even think that's enough for a level. Yeah.
Solve the mind.
Nope. That's okay.
Thank you.
I don't think we picked up anything that's really... We need to dump either. Oh, black turpentine. Well, stones, sure. Should probably hang out of that White Lotus for Plague, because we're going to go back into... We're going to use that too. I guess we did pick up a fair amount of stuff.
We are in debt.
Okay. Death in the Nexus. Then we're going to go back to 2. First, we're going to check it out with Ed. So we can boost the strength of our weapon. Crystal Lizard doesn't do us any good. I think I can get to 3. It's 4 rather. Alright. So this is basically where we're gonna kind of stop with the Crescent. Stop forging Crescent weapons because there's very little chance that we're gonna be able to get a pure stone, a pure Crescent Dark Moon stone. So no use in going back through the level. Okay. 2-2. 2-2. Has some cool stuff. It's a neat level. Alright, yeah, we're really dishing out some punishment now. But there are 2 paths to the end. One is the long way. One is the more dangerous short way. And I suppose I should show you the long way first. I'm going to demonstrate the strength of the, Yep, that's both of them. There you go. So let's go the long way. I'll show you the short way once we get things to a more pure tendency. If you hit these minecarts head on, they'll knock you over, and then they will explode, which is instant death. Alright, so these guys, those kind of snake deals, rockworms, we'll call them. They are the most efficient way to grind greystone, which is the item, or the forging path for strength-based stuff. There's a easy-ish way to farm those, but it's still kind of a pain. They drop them with some fair regularity, though. Okay. So we have to take the elevator down, and once we get down the elevator, we will be greeted with 2 black phantoms. And as we know, black phantoms don't they don't respawn. Since we're using Soul Ray, though, we'll Soul Ray them. Soul Ray them in line. Again, look at these crystal lizards. Surprised I lived through that as well. So this is like a nest down here for crystal lizards. There's a lot of them. We can get it's clearstone, hardstone, and sharpstone. Clearstone basically evens out strength and dexterity scaling. We don't need any of that stuff, but if we were going like straight through a forging path, we would actually need a lot of it, because we got to get a weapon to +6 before doing anything like faint stone, moonstones, that kind of stuff. So lucky for us, we're not going to mess with that. These tunnels are a little confusing. They're honestly more straightforward than people think. The problem, or one of the problems, is that there are bombs floating around in them, and also enemies that whatever, man. And a lot of enemies in this level, like the bugbears, for example, or the bugbears, are serious roadblocks. I mean, they do a fair bit of damage on their own, but the problem is that they're immune to, or not immune, but you need to kill them with something that's piercing. You see below us, there's Patches. He's going to eat some explosion damage. Patches was trying to lure us into getting rid of that bugbear, or at least dying in front of it.
How did you do that?
So let's talk about New Game Plus for a second. one of the interesting things about this series is that yes, you carry all of your equipment over from New Game to New Game Plus, but enemies get stronger. So they dish out more damage and they have more health. So, in this instance, in this situation, Patches is probably down to a third of his health right now because he took the explosion. Explosions will only get worse in New Game Plus cycles. So, he will die from that explosion eventually. So, usually it's a pretty good idea to just avoid this area altogether. A lot of Dragonstone. These are the only enemies that can reliably give you Dragonstone, by the way. Losing my voice a little bit. So, yeah, he will eventually die from the explosion. So you need to be careful with him, or like I said, just avoid the area altogether. Just take the other way down. Oop, wrong way. Could be. Someone in the chat asked if the bugbears are some sort of evolution of what's down below, like the dragon, and that's a pretty. You could probably make a case for that. I mean, they're certainly armored and scaled, and they shed such things as we can see sort of around us. Butt face. We are really loading it down with dragons. We could be. Let's try to get that. We could be running into a situation where I. Ooh. Might get weighed down from all the stuff that we're getting. Ugh, oh well. We skipped a... Skipped a lizard, a crystal lizard. We're not missing anything. I'm just gonna zoom past all of these too. Actually, I forgot what this is, so let's get it. Okay, not bad. Here's where things get a little bit trickier. paths split a couple of times. And we're stuck dealing with stuff like this. Well, there's really not a ton to say about this level, unfortunately, even though it's a bit lengthy. There's a lot of stuff down here too. There's a lot of cool items down here that we can. Oh, there's another one. Couple crystal lizards there next to this this bugbear. Medium bugbears like this jump. It's a pain. We're not even gonna mess with that guy. Wasn't anything really worthwhile there. See a dead body, then we'll know for sure. Nope, I think I'm cool. Okay, so what we didn't see was a big pool of lava, which is something that comes back around in Souls games quite a bit. It happened in Dark Souls, the first Dark Souls game. Certainly happened in Dark Souls 2. In that pool of lava is a bunch of larger bugbears and some of the flying bugbears. Inside the lava are 4 chunks of dragonstone and a pure dragonstone, and there's a dragon longsword in one of the hallways near the lava pit. So we don't need any of that stuff. We're missing it for the sake of brevity here. And also, the lava would have killed us. So I don't got the hit points. Alright, I'm already overburdened with item stuff, so I can't pick up anything else. But right here, right over there, are the Hands of God. Which I can't pick up. Hands of God. Worth pointing out because the item description says that they once belonged to the legendary Big M, and we don't really know who that is. We don't know who this Big M person is or was. The Flame Lurker could be the legendary Big M. The Flame Lurker could be a monster that is the corrupt soul of whoever this person was. And you'll notice that this person has no hands. So, Hands of God used to punch dragons to death, according to the item description, too. Interesting that Baldwin and Ed also carry these, because if we look closely at the Flame Lurker, the model of the Flame Lurker, it also has one eye put out, like Ed and Baldwin. So you could make a case, I suppose, loosely, that these two guys are either descendants, are descendants of the Flame Lurker from whoever it was, he or it was, in a previous life. Now, I love the Adjudicator Shield, but it has lousy defense to fire, and the Kite Shield isn't exactly that much better. All the same, I will keep that. What we're going to run into in a second is probably the hardest boss in the game. Chat has had so much trouble with him. I don't blame them, because this fight sucks. Yeah, this fight's nice. It's a cool fight, though. I gotta give it credit, because Flame Lurker by itself, very difficult, sure. The arena's cool, because there's lava in it, but it's not really, it's not overbearing. I have some more things to say about this guy in a second. Can't talk and play at the same time, I guess. There it is. First try. Look at that. Man, after the garbage fight with Old Hero? So I need a statue in my honor. Anyway, the AI in this fight is notoriously bad, actually. You can get him stuck in the physics, and he will lose track of you, especially if you're packing the the ring, the thief ring, and he can't see you from a great distance, he might just jump back and forth between sections of the physics. So what is this? I don't really think this is anything of note. So we're just gonna drop it. We don't need this. Yeah, don't really need that either. Anywho, so yeah, what you could do is just stand on this bridge if you had a bow. Let him just get stuck in the physics, and then just plink him from a distance as he pops back and forth. Eventually, he might break himself out of it. That's not unheard of. So you can cheese the fight. And Miyazaki, when people would tell him about this came up in interviews too. That and the sequence break in 4-1. This stuff comes up in interviews. And he's like, you know what? I don't mind if people do stuff like that, because it's just their way of kind of connecting to the game. I'm paraphrasing badly, but it's their way of finding ways of killing things and then telling other people about it. So it goes back around to the concept behind the online functionality of this game. It's just people helping each other out, and it's just part of the experience. The cheesing of bosses to doing stuff like sequence breaks and things. That said, he said he is willing to, or he would have removed some things from these games. But if you think about the section in Dark Souls where you're in the Darker Garden, and there are the I'm forgetting the name of the Covenant right now, but there are Covenant enemies, humanoid enemies that you can just like plop off a cliff if you perch in the right spot. He's cool about that stuff, which is nice. Where'd you go? Do. All right.
The soul of the mind keep to life's ether.
Okay, we've got
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world.
It's probably all the endurance we're going to use for the game.
So the world might be many. Outmade.
Well, I'm impressed. Stay the pup. Can't you see? What? The disciples, did you notice they never...
Okay, we're running out of dialogue with this guy, because eventually he's going to die. He's going to either kill himself or fade away into nothing. This really hasn't been clear. Killing ourselves in the Nexus because at this point we should have a pure white world tendency in 2. We definitely have one in 4. Let's take a quick peek. Yeah, 4 definitely, 2 has it too. The middle would show us what kind of character tendency we have. There would be a white light sort of coming from the chest if we are closer to a pure white character tendency. The more bosses we kill, the more we're going to kind of move toward that. But what's terrible about this is that this is a neat visual reference to figure out what the tendencies are for the worlds and the character, but it's pretty easy to feel that they may be inaccurate. There's no number here. There's no real way of, unless you've seen it a ton of times like I have. There's no clear way of knowing one way or the other if you've got a pure tendency or not. You just gotta get used to it, I suppose. All right, we're gonna mop up 2. And then take another quick break. Alright, so the Dragon God, the boss of this world. We've already seen him. There are 2 crystal lizards that show up in this fight. One of them's right in the beginning, but if we just bum rush our way in here, he's going to do the same thing to us that he did in the tutorial. That. Here's one of the lizards. And here is the Dragon Bone Smasher. This is another reference to Berserk. It's a reference to Gut's sword. This is the easiest possible way of doing this, even though it's a total pain. Yep, I'm dead meat. So the point is you're supposed to stealth your way through this fight. This is more of a puzzle boss. In which definitely came back in the other Souls games. Or, well, Dark Souls. They did it with the Bed of Chaos, and Dark Souls had another puzzle-like boss. So we're not actually fighting this thing. We're just kind of getting from one end of the map to the other. Again, we need to stealth our way over there. Okay, the Dragon Bone Smasher only shows up in pure White World tendency. Well, it's always there, but you can't really, you can't get it unless, you can't get it unless we're in a pure White World tendency. And it has to do with Skurver's quest, which is something that we just may as well complete after we finish this boss. Made it. All right. So if the eyes turn red, obviously he can see us. Crunch some rubble. It will draw his attention. You can attack the rubble, or you could waste a bunch of magic and time with using spells like Fire Spray or any other spell that you've got. Like if we were a bow build, we may be able to hit some of these from a distance, like that one way off over there. But with great shields, instead of being able to parry with a great shield, you do this kind of stomp. That is probably the most efficient way of getting through rubble. This is a section that I always beef it on. Alright, here's our other crystal lizard. I think it's just clear stone. Yeah, while we're waiting around for this kind of stuff, or these things to end, let's talk about Miyazaki a little bit in the game. The game was a notorious flop at the Tokyo Game Show in 2008 when it was shown. But that's anything anyone's really willing to say about it is that it was a flop. There's really no other concrete info. But I guess we can surmise that people didn't like it. And the game didn't sell great in Japan, nor did it have very good. It didn't have very good reviews in things like Famitsu and the other magazines and the press would say. But still became something of a word of mouth sensation in Japan. Fire magic doesn't even hurt it. To the point where people loved it and were importing it, and it became a word-of-mouth sensation in the US, which is why Atlas picked up the slack. This game was bankrolled by Sony Computer Entertainment of Japan. That's why when you boot it up, you see that it's a Sony joint, but Sony did not believe in this game. Shuhei Yoshida, this is the head of Sony Worldwide Entertainment, told Game Informer in an interview that this game is shit. I couldn't play it for more than 2 hours. Couldn't get past the first level, probably 1-1, and he couldn't stand it. The Japanese audience really did like this game, actually. This wasn't really, it's not a huge deal in Japan, but they liked it. Because if the word of mouth in Japan wasn't that good, then it never would have gotten any traction for Westerners, I'm guessing. But that's just maybe speculation on my part. Fireball, that's an okay spell. We don't really need it, but whatever. Actually, we'll save this. Anywho,
where are you going?
So, has done well enough, obviously, to get a whole funky franchise basically started right after it. But that's the reason that we have never seen a Demon's Souls 2 or a Dark Souls, or a Demon's Souls 2 or a Demon's Souls remaster at this point, because it's a Sony IP, technically. Miyazaki's been pretty upfront in interviews that, it's their call. Whatever they want to do is whatever they want to do. It's the same thing with Bloodborne. If they want to make a Bloodborne 2 or contract them to make a Bloodborne 2 because it was an exclusive on Sony hardware. It's the way it is. I personally feel that I think the likelihood of a remaster is pretty high. But again, we're going to find out. All in due time.
That soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Out that main.
Let's go through. Let's Let's mop up the rest of 1. The Fighting Fantasy series and a book series called Titan were big influences on this game and future games too. Not only has Miyazaki mentioned that, but Takeshi Kaji, who's one of the producers, brought it up in an interview with MTV. It's funny because like we consider Miyazaki. All right, guys, we consider Miyazaki like the Dark Souls guy, right? Because it was sort of his vision that got these games off the ground. But usually in the press, unless you are a Miyazaki-like figure or a Hideo Kojima kind of figure, they usually talk to like your producers and your handlers and stuff like that.
Hello.
Here's Ostrava again. We're gonna bail him out.
Over here. It's me, Ostrava. Look at me. Again surrounded by evil warriors. Could you, perhaps, help me one last time? Clear out the Lord's path, just down yonder, has degenerated into a feeding ground.
Have your wits about you. What I was getting at was that they usually talk to producers and PR people and handlers and stuff like that, unless you are kind of a famous designer yourself. So when especially Atlas was pimping this game early on, it was Kaji that they were bringing around to shows and stuff like that because he was the producer of the game, not the director. Okay, so here comes our friend the dragon again. Actually got me with his talons. It's not very common. Okay, there's stuff on this bridge that we're passing. One thing was over the course of the level, there's a Stone of Ephemeral Eyes that we could have gotten, grass, storied so-and-so souls. There's also a spiked shield. I think the spiked shield is earlier in the level. We don't need any of that stuff. We're not gonna go back for it, but right here is where we could kill the red dragon if we want to. It's really not that long of a process to do this. If we're packing in a lot of magical muscle. But I'm not going to make you sit through that. He drops, the dragon drops it's got its own soul too, but you can't use it to forge anything, so it's basically just like 20,000 free souls. But you can kill that dragon and the blue dragon later by just basically just cheesing it. Here's our dude, Ostrava.
Thank you. Thanks to you, I can now
Again, not only did we have to bail out of here, but we'll get himself killed unless we clear out the rest of the path. I mean, the likelihood of that happening is much higher in New Game Plus when enemies hit a little bit harder, but some night. Or dogs. Dogs are terrible. They're coming. Oh, should've known. Dogs are terrible. This Dregling Merchant, we missed him in 1-1. We actually kind of skipped that over. He sells you okay stuff. I mean, we can get turpentine from him now. I don't think he sold you the broadsword or the claymore in 1-1 either. He does sell the plate gear, but we don't need any of this stuff.
Hard times, eh?
But that coming down here did let us skip a chunk of the level that we don't have to mess with the dragon. It isn't to say that we're not going to ultimately, but compound short bow, some arrows. Come back around here in a minute. Ugh. A lot of charred bodies kind of in the field. I always thought that was a neat visual motif. Some good visual storytelling. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break before we fight this guy. It's going to give me a chance to heal a little bit too. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes.
Okay. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with me so far. If you're tuning in now, you are watching the great 10th anniversary Demon Souls stream. We've been annotating it all day. We're closing in on hour 6 right now, and we're a little bit more than halfway through the game. Maybe a little bit less. But we're going to start speeding things along a little bit. Just checking up on the notes to see if I missed anything. There are 2 Black Phantom red-eyed knights that are at the end of this hallway. So if we came in here in a pure Black World tendency, that would really be the only difference. We're about to fight the Tower Knight, which is the corrupted soul of Alfred. Alfred the Tower Knight. He's one of the Boletarian heroes. That was one of the Boletarian Round Table. This is another Zelda-like fight, which is something I kind of mentioned earlier is not unlike the Legend of Zelda games, especially the 3D Legend of Zelda games, where you sort of do something to expose a weakness, the fight resets, and then you do that something again to expose the weakness over. This fight has recurring motifs in a lot of the other Souls games. The one Reborn in Bloodborne is, I mean, that enemy is not exactly like the Tower Knight, but like that fight, we have to kill snipers on perches first to make the fight easier. Let's see. It's very much like the Iron Golem in Dark Souls, in that once we get back down, once we kill all these guys off and get back down there, you fight it pretty much exactly like the Iron Golem. You hit the feet until it falls over. Or you can just do it this way. Alright, fine, we won't do it that way. That's the long way. This doesn't really have a high resistance to magic. Like, I'm almost killing him just by hitting his feet. It's not the way it should be. The Spear Throw does not pierce the walls. Sometimes it may clip through. It's not supposed to, but I have been hit by it before. It clipped through the physics, but it's not supposed to do that. Okay, so looking ahead, we're not going to go into 1-3, but we couldn't go into it early on because we needed to kill one of the Archdemons first, meaning one of the end world bosses. We've got 2 of them down at this point, so we can go into 1-3, and that's actually something that we're going to be doing in a second.
Thank you.
Should probably still be holding on to this stuff, but that's okay. At least we're getting rid of some stones. It's also time for a Guinness. Don't really know why I felt the need to point that out, but there you have it. Alright, I think we're good to go.
We are in...
I know you are. So the, that guy doesn't really yield a ton of souls either, and we're going to hang on to some of the... Oh, come on. That's the input lag. We're going to hang on to some of the low-level consumable souls for the just-in-case scenarios.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether, outmade.
could use his soul, the Tower Knight soul, to get the warding spell from Freak. An okay spell. Honestly, we haven't really learned a whole lot of new magic lately. I probably should have fixed my stuff, but we'll do that after we're done with this level here. We're also going to complete 2 separate quest lines in this level. 3, actually. We're gonna go through 3 separate quest lines in this level. Once again, dogs, because this game loves the taste of your tears. This is a trap, because this item is worthless. But here come fiery balls. Poor schmuck. That dude who got killed gave us a Stone of Ephemeral Eyes. Yet another good soul ray situation. Okay, 2 routes. Really nothing of note going that way. It's just the slow way, and we can get some goodies if we go the fast way. There's really not a ton to say about this level either, really. Monsters, enemies hit pretty hard here. We also hit pretty hard. We're using the starting armor of the game. There are ninja-like assassin enemies that drop from the ceiling here. Oh man, I had him. Okay, we didn't necessarily need to kill those guys, but we're doing it because we want to get through this dude. And that just makes it a little bit more of a pain. At this point in the Bulletarian Palace, there are no there are no more blue-eyed knights. There are only red-eyed knights. And our pal, the Dragling Merchant, is right here.
Ah, we meet again.
Funny thing about this guy, the first time I played this game,
That
because he's a Dragling, I didn't know that he was a merchant. I killed him off, and he was the only character that was like yelling at me for doing so. Little did I know. Little did I know. Okay, he now sells the Knight Sword, the Crescent Axe, and the Knight Shield. The Knight Shield is a very, very good shield. The Knight Sword's pretty good too. We can get the Crescent Axe from the fat officials. Again, that is their technical name, which is kind of terrible. Alright, we're not even gonna mess around with this guy. Okay, so this fat official is worth killing. I mean, all of them are. This one in particular. Oh my god! Oh man. Oh, something I didn't mention. In the Dragon God fight, Atlas confirmed that there was a bug in the game initially where if you and the Dragon God killed each other at the same time, which is possible, if you get close to the Dragon God, his breath will harm you. So, but if you and the Dragon God die at the same time, there was a bug in the game that prevented you to go into the endgame. I don't know why I keep doing this. I don't need this stuff, but you guys get it, right? You get it. Yeah, after that initial burst through the doorway here, can't line him up. Oh, I absolutely deserve that. Things were going so well. Alright, we're not going to bother with the crystal lizard. We're just going to kill these turkeys. feet. Youch. Alright. Okay, so you'll notice that the fat official up there is gone. Because we killed him the first time. But the loot is still there. Because the loot is what's important. I'm about to get popped. Yes, the loot is what's important. There's two fat officials that we have to kill in this level because they make up part of a quest line. Iron Ring of Keys. I suppose we could snipe at that Red-Eyed Knight down there, but what's the point? Can I get them both? Get one of them. Okay, so we can hop over this ledge to start back at the beginning of the level. There's a couple of other ledges in this level that we can do that with. Again, not telegraphed. Again, kind of stepping on the point. So we haven't opened up the shortcut, but what are you gonna do? I think I've got 2 shots. Down over here is where the primeval demon would be if we're in pure black. Though we are not. But I think we're going to start doing some of that stuff when we get close to the end game. Probably not all of it, but depending on how much time we have, we're already running at 6 hours. And change, and it's 2 o'clock. We're gonna do as much as we possibly can because some of the world tendency stuff is cool. It's worth seeing. Alright. This is where shit gets real. So Strava, that dope.
So
Soul-starved soldiers are after me.
Okay, the official's cap. That's the other piece of the quest puzzle.
Thank you for rescuing me.
These guys are gonna... Ostrava's gonna chomp out, because that's what he does. So I really could have used him right now. Okay, so not really the end of his quest line, but
You saved my life. This is the 3rd time I am truly indebted to you. This is all I have. But please accept it. Now, I must go. My father, the king, awaits me just over there.
pure claystone. Fine, fine, fine. Not bad. Okay, so we're gonna clear these guys out, and then we're gonna go start and finish Bjor and Yuria's quest lines. Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I get. That is what I get. But we open up the portcullis, which means that we have a, we've got a shortcut. Greedy. Man. Actually, we're already here. We're going to do Bjor's questline first. So, we're going to double back into 1-2. And this was kind of an involved questline, even for this game. It's a little bit on the obtuse side. Oh, let's kill this guy. The set of rings we got from the first Fat Official opens this door. And down here is another prison. We're hearing the twinkling of and the walking of a knight above us and a crystal lizard that we saw the first time we went through 1-2. Okay. Here is yet another Fat Official. Who will drop yet another set of keys, the Bloody Iron Key. That will open the cells, or the Iron Rings will. But the Bloody Iron Key will open another part of 1-3 that we are going to see in a moment. Here is Bjor of the Twin Fangs.
Who goes there? You killed that vile insect and saved me. I am called Bjor, the other of the Twin Fangs of Boletaria. I thank you. You deserve a handsome reward. Only I have none. Go on ahead. I shall sleep a while.
So between Ostrava and Bjor, we have what kind of became Sigmire in the Dark Souls games. They're both generally kind of in a pickle. Bjor falls asleep after major events, like being freed. This is the Tower Knight shield, which I don't think we've got the... Oh, we do have the weight to carry it. That's funny. That's the Tower Knight shield. It's probably the strongest straight-up shield in the game. We will never have the strength requirement to use it. And it's crazy heavy. So we're going to get it out of our inventory as quickly as possible. Okay. Back in 1-2. Back in 1-3. It's worth doing these two things sort of back to back because they're just right next to each other. The utility in bailing out the benefit rather will come later. So now we use the Bloody Iron Key to open this door. Stone of Ephemeral Eyes over here that can't hurt to get. Ooh. I don't know why they make you use the key again in this door. It's not like you don't have it to begin with, but something slipped by QA. Okay, so we had to put on the Fat Official's hat, which was a guaranteed drop from the second Fat Official that we killed next to the portcullis. Because there is a Fat Official above us here that thinks that we're one of them and is dropping the ladder. And here we have Yulia.
What do you want
Who
with
still
me?
thinks that we are Fat
Have
Official.
you got no mercy? Do as you wish. There are no secrets here. Only a tired...
We'll get back to her. Oh man, Yulia is the final spellcasting instructor in the game, and Yulia teaches some crazy high-level spells.
Heavens, you came to save me. Thank you. No, I'm fine. With a little rest, I can soon walk.
Okay, so she, according to the art book, was imprisoned because she was dabbling with the darker soul arts. And as other wizards probably were, because they were probably just like strip mining her brain for whatever magical power that she had. Because these guys down here were also wizards. We got a magical ring from one of them. She's exactly like Carla in Dark Souls 3, even down to the voice actor. It's the same. It is literally the same role. She wears the same armor set in Dark Souls 3. She got the same voice actor. So she definitely recurs. There is a Yulia in Dark Souls 3, but it's a different character. I'm kind of curious why they swap names like that. Maybe it was just a little too on the nose. Yulia's a somewhat common Russian and Eastern European name, actually. Oh, this way. Which, with Ostrava and Boletaria, just kind of lends to this game's overall sort of Eastern European vibe. That's just what I pick up from it. There's our dude. Okay, so if we're looking at this level, especially this staircase, those three guys right there, there's a sort of recurring motif in Dark Souls 3 that references this whole area of the game. So the in the castle, Lothric Castle, I think, it has this sort of similar setup where like there's the long staircase up to like leading up to a boss. There are three strong enemies that sort of defend it. Like that's happened a couple of times in these games, and this is at least where that one comes from. It's best to try to get one of them after you rather than two. The spear guys are much worse. Much worse than the sword guys. Alright, so on to the Penetrator boss. Buy some more spice pretty soon. Oh, I'm out of it. No way. Alright. So, on to the Penetrator boss. This is the corrupted soul of Metis, Knight of the Lance, according to the Strava dialogue that we've kind of skipped. Again, that's probably a mistranslation because he clearly doesn't carry a lance. This is the only fight in the game that has an AI-controlled sidekick. And as we've mentioned a couple times before, this game was made to be a single-player experience with multiplayer kind of put in to enhance the single-player experience. On that sort of tip, bosses in this game are clearly not meant to be played or fought against more than one opponent. The Penetrator by itself isn't too bad of a boss, but he can be kind of rough. But with Bjor over here soaking up a lot of the damage and tanking the fight for us,
By the honor of the good knights, this demonic folly shall be
we don't really need to mess with. We don't really have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. We just have to dish out the damage. Bjor by himself hits pretty hard. Bjor could probably, I mean, I don't think Bjor by himself could cover this whole fight, but he can dish out a lot of pain.
Fine, won't there again. How could a demon... Now you go on ahead. I must be getting home.
Sleepy time. Alright. So we're going to come back to 1-4 later. 1-4 is the only legitimate 4th level in the game. All the other worlds only have 3 levels. Clearly, From Software learned from this fight in that Bjor, or having an AI sidekick, really makes things a lot easier. And this game, even though it doesn't have a dedicated easy mode, and all the other games are like this, that is kind of the easy mode for these games, is pulling in another player, especially a knowledgeable other player that can take you through levels, help you steamroll boss fights. I mean, that's... With 2 players, especially in this game, you can definitely just mow it down. There's really not a ton of things that are going to stand in the way of 2 capable players. 1 capable player can take this game well enough. I have not been demonstrating that. But that is the easy mode that people, I think, kind of crave from these games or complain that don't exist. That said, Sekiro, when that came out this year and dropped the multiplayer, I think that was to its detriment. I mean, this is certainly my opinion, but
Have you seen my corporeal flesh?
these games are hard on their own. Sekiro is not a joke, certainly not a joke, but like removing the online component removed basically an easy mode that already existed.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
Thank God.
Whew. Alright, that was the one use of the official's cap outside of Fashion Souls.
We are indebted
so we're
to
getting
you
rid of it.
for you.
Now we are going to put some levels on.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world
Alright.
that main.
It's 20 grand. 20 grand per level.
You come back alive.
Ah, rats. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna do one World Tendency event because we've just made Boletaria pure white, and actually we're gonna stay in human form to do this. So as we've spoken about earlier, World Tendency changes according to the actions the player takes in the game. So killing bosses will shift it more toward pure white. Invading players' games and killing them, or having being killed yourself, will shift it more toward pure black. In a pure white or pure black World Tendency events, as they're sort of called, take place in the game. Like now this door is open. It wasn't open when we originally came here. So again, Crystal Lizard's a trap. These guys will always drop low-level grass. Ah, rats. There's a lot of hearts down there. Cats. Alright. Look at all of these poor nobles. Dropping unknown soldier souls. And who was killing them? Who? Okay, not only was this a cool pure white world tendency event, still is, but if you're still in human form when you get here, usually anyway. You get dialogue from Meralda.
Wretched traitor to the king. I, Meralda, shall show you no mercy.
Oh, get her bleeding. Probably just let her die at this point. It'll take forever though.
Foolish traitor to the king.
Alright, so Meralda dropped the Binded set and another Master's Ring. We've already got another Master's Ring, but the Binded set is actually the best light set in the game for a woman. Light armor set. Down here, she was also defending two fairly important items. Your poison resistance is fine, but way down there is the brushwood armor set, way at the bottom of this ladder. Okay, which is the strongest male set in the game. Period. For males, it's super heavy. It's what Bjor wears when he fights, but like on this very treacherous ledge. Damn it. Is a colorless demon soul, and colorless demon souls, like I said, are very precious. There's only, outside of manipulating the world tendency to fight it out with primordial demons to hope that they drop them, and they do, like with 90% accuracy, I think. Oh, he did die. So long, my man. Colorless demon souls will upgrade special armor. Actually, special armor, special weapons, stuff like that. So like the Adjudicator shield that we're wearing right now, colorless demon soul will upgrade that. It's a pretty big drop. Don't really need the souls at this point, so let's just go for it. Alright, so let's go back into 5, because we need to kill all the archdemons before we get to... We need to kill all the archdemons before we go back to 1-4, because we can get all the way to the end of 1-4, but we can't go up the elevator to fight the end boss of the game without killing all the archdemons first. Why bother? Am I right? We got what we wanted. We're going to get through this level relatively quickly, well, as quickly as possible. This is the level of the game that most people hate, and for good reason. So it's the Great Swamp. Much like there's a Great Swamp in Dark Souls, there's a swamp in Bloodborne, there's a swamp in every game, every From game. There isn't necessarily one in Sekiro, but there are a lot of underwater, like swimming levels, which is close enough. There is no item in this game that lets you move freely and quickly through the swamp, like how there was the Rusted Ring in Dark Souls that let you do so. So we need to pack lotuses. Lotuses. We're gonna do a little bit of a tour of the swamp. It's a little bit of a drag to get around. It's long, but unless you go straight through, it's really not that difficult. There's with one caveat. Going straight through the level, you run up against a lot of clumped together enemies. Chances are you're already poisoned by the time you get to them. And by a lot of clumped together enemies, I mean a lot of the giant guys too, the giant depraved ones. However, you can go around the level, you take the long way, and certainly lose life to poison. But eventually, on this side of the map, you are going to meet a black phantom that patrols this side of the map. And this black phantom should look familiar to Dark Souls fans. And this black phantom is not at the mercy of, or does not have the same limitations, we'll say, that we do. So to fight it out with this person, there it is. You need to be at a place Oh, we're dead meat. Alright, look at that. So that monster, she was packing the butcher's knife, which again should look familiar to Souls fans. She's basically Executioner Merelda. Now the other side of the map doesn't really have a ton of interesting stuff. Oops, I guess I should have kept that. More souls, more grass. Nothing really of real note, no gear of note. Oh, did I kill? Oh my gosh. So I guess we're going to go the other way around and collect it now. We have the opportunity. Okay. So the swamp is a natural evil, according to Miyazaki. This is one of 2 places in the game that have evil intent. Did I already get that? Yeah, I already got it. And what I collected earlier the first time I came through this level was the Murden Hammer, which is sort of a fan favorite weapon. It has the same moveset as the halberd, but it deals crushing damage, which not a ton of weapons in this game do, and most of them have a somewhat short range as it is. Now with the Regenerator's Ring that we just picked up, and we got one earlier too, combined with the Adjudicator Shield, and especially if we put levels into the Adjudicator Shield, it would mitigate how much health we lose in Poison or Plague. We're already sort of mitigating that a little bit with the way that we've got with the passive effect of the Adjudicator Shield. But again, you can set things up if you're a faith build to really tank the game. And by that I mean with the Adjudicator Shield, with the Regenerator's Ring, and if you put stats into Blessed Weapons, Faintstone weapons. Faintstone weapons naturally refill hit points, just like how Dark Moon weapons naturally refill magic points. So with those 3 things combined, it's just you'll gain more health than you'll likely lose in almost any given situation. I'm gonna clear these guys out before we hop back into the other side of the swamp. So enemies can get poisoned too, just like the player. And if I'm just randomly getting hit points or souls, it's because enemies have fallen into the swamp and have died. Okay, so off in the distance over there. And above us, which we're going to get to, I'll show you what I mean in a second, is a clump of slugs that have killed a holy knight named Beto of the Moonlight. And Beto was packing the large sword of Moonlight, which is what it's called in this game. Other games in the series call it the, like, whoops, Moonlight Straight Sword, or what have you. Now that is naturally there. It's a one-time occurrence that we can run over and pick it up. But it's just kind of naturally there in the game. It doesn't have to be a pure white will tendency or anything. Excuse me. The large sword of Moonlight in this game scales with faith. In all the other games in the series, it scales with magic. So, again, if we're running a faith build, and you want to put everything into faith, no strength, no nothing, a player can logically, a good player, can run the game, run through 1-1, bum rush their way and somehow finish 4 or 5-1. And if they're super fast and super lucky, they can somehow bum rush their way into getting the large sword of Moonlight pretty early on. And it is a great weapon, especially in the early goings. It's a great sword. And it's got a pretty large stat requirement. It requires 24 faith, but somebody can get to 24 faith relatively quickly. I'm just going to show you what I mean. I'm not actually going to go get it. But it goes through shields, so it's a large sword that totally bypasses shields. And we just came from a level that a lot of guys were packing shields. So it's a really good weapon in like the Boletarian Palace levels. It's a good weapon for PvP. It has a... Oh, here is the clump of slugs that I was talking about. It's a good weapon for PvP. There's a sister weapon called Blind. It's also awesome. In that it also goes through shields. It's the lightest weapon in the game. It's only like 0.01 weight or something ridiculous like that. And is dropped by a Black Phantom Selin Vinland. And Selin Vinland is an NPC that we meet in this level here. In Pure Black or Pure White World Tendency. She gives us a quest in Pure White, which we might might undertake is we're going to be 3 archdemons down in a little bit. Even though this is where the point of the level where things get really ugly. Here's the filthy woman again, selling her wares, complaining about the boss, as one does. These guys are just hiding all over the place in this level. We need to be pretty careful, but I think we're equipped with enough stuff that we can hang, but we don't want to get overwhelmed. We're also going to open up a shortcut that takes us back to the beginning of the level. Oh man, he's stuck in the physics. I've never seen that before. I'll happily use that spice, thank you. Ah, alright. I got a little turnaround. That's okay. Just gonna swamp it up for a hot second. Alright, guy. We go the wrong way? Yep. Oh well. Okay, there are magic wielding guys. That will do that. They will poison you. They will make a poison cloud. Packing in that faint stone. Alright, I'm getting some, if I'm just like leaning up on the screen creepily, I guess I'm getting some serious glare. This is a dark level. This is a dark level. Get him, man. Alright. Over here is the boss. We're not going to jump into it just yet. I do want to open up the shortcut that does put us into a little bit of harm's way, but I think that's alright. I want to make sure that if worse comes to worse, get back here a little bit more efficiently. Ugh, terrible. Problem is, I can't exactly remember how to get to the shortcut. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Alright, shortcut, beginning of the level, great. So let's head back to the boss. We've cleaned out enough of the bad guys that shouldn't really be a problem. Got enough, we're packing enough spice, I think, that we can take this thing on from a distance. Even though I'm pretty comfortable with my damage output with this sword. Sword. That's a lot of moaning. All right. This monster is also highly susceptible to fire, but the Soul Ray weapon, the Soul Ray spell is still going to be the best bet here. Yeah, so honestly we can just strafe back and forth and don't even need to get that close. Okay. So the Dirty Colossus boss has the in the art book. It was called the Fly-Ridden Demon because it tosses flies at you. The flies were supposed to basically support its weight because it was just a big blob of nothing. There are some items here in this arena, but not as much as what was in the Leechmonger arena. Grass. Is that it? Oh, there we go. Large Sword of Moonlight, by the way, is a reference to Kingsfield because there was a weapon in Kingsfield, the Sword of Moonlight. Actually, one of the Kingsfield games was actually called Sword of Moonlight. It's one of the probably the most overt references to those games that's in here. Almost there, folks. I picked up a lot of stuff. All right, we're almost there. We've got 5-3. We've got 3-2, 3-3, and then 1-4. And then we're done. So we're on our way. We're almost there. And I cannot believe that the emulator is still running. Goddamn wizardry, I tells you.
Okay. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted.
Oh man, $2 short. Yes. Perfect.
Thou then, soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from art thou that main thine.
Probably should be getting more intelligence. Anyway, here is Yuria. Yuria.
Hello again. You say I'm sorry. If you wish, however, I can. But my witchcraft is of a dark nature. Why not try the magic of...
No.
Are you certain it would honor me to assist one? Are you sure?
Okay, so Yuria teaches other high-level spells. They tend to just be a little bit more twisted. So we could get magic weapon from Frake if we use the Silver Demon Soul. That's the Tower Knight Soul. No. I think the Silver Demon Soul is from the Penetrator, obviously. Or we could get Curse Weapon from Yuria, and Curse Weapon damages us, the player, but at a significantly stronger attack boost. Firestorm from the Dragon Soul, Hard Demon or Ignite from the Phalanx Soul. So cool stuff. So interesting thing about Firestorm. Firestorm showed up as, all of these are pyromancies basically in Dark Souls, and Firestorm has shown up in those games too. There was like a Chaos Firestorm and a larger Firestorm or something. In this game, and this is something I can't actually demonstrate, but like when you use the Firestorm spell.
Thank you.
Oops.
Very well.
Needs all three. I'm just going to demonstrate this. I'm just going to illustrate what's going on here. Right. So various fire effects, and these are all developer notes, by the way. More hints. Hints as far as the eye can see. So notice that I didn't move when I was casting that spell. But there is a way to finagle the controller, and I can't possibly explain this to you. You're going to have to look this up. But there's a way to finagle the controller to basically cast the spell. And then you can move out of the way as the spell is being cast, which is something not natural to the game. That was a surefire way to piss people off in PvP, because it's basically, it's not quite cheating, but it gives you, it breaks the spell for a PvP situation. All right. So let's go do our dirty business. We're going to take on Maiden Estrella now. There's Bjor. Just looking like Bjor. Being Bjor. Bjorn it up. Okay. So the boss fights in this game are all fairly unique. Other than maybe the Flame Lurker. And the reason I say that is because, especially in Bloodborne, practically all of the bosses in the Souls games going forward have been a riff on the Flame Lurker. It starts strong, it moves quickly, you're supposed to learn to fight it head-to-head, face-to-face. It will eventually power itself up as the level goes, or as the fight goes on, so it moves through different phases. Pretty much none of the other bosses in this game are fought that way. Allant at the end is a pretty straightforward duel, but nothing really changes in the fight. And he's pretty manageable. If Flame Lurker's AI was a little bit smarter, he would just be a nightmare. It would be a terrible, terrible boss fight. But all of the other bosses have some sort of maybe gimmicky way to attack and defeat them. And a lot of bosses, there are several ways that you can beat them. Like, we could have killed the Tower Knight by shooting it from a distance with magic. This fight is very interesting from a design perspective, because this Garl Vinland guy right here,
Go
he's
forth, Garl
the
Vinland.
real boss.
May you be unharmed.
For reasons we'll see in a second, but we don't even have to fight him if we don't want to.
Leave us, Slayer of Demons.
And I'm just going to move over here to illustrate my point.
Underage. There is nothing here for you to pillage.
Below us is the Plague Swamp.
Please, leave quietly.
Which is different than the regular Poison Swamp that we were in, because it immediately causes plague. And again, plague is fucking terrible, man. So, below us is Garl Vinland. Past him is Estrella. We're going to fight with Garl in a second. Estrella casts healing magic, so she can cast Regenerate, she can cast Wrath of God, which is an area of effect spell that pushes all of us away. Actually, the old hero used it on me to kill me one of the several times it killed me. But from this distance, if we were a strong enough build with a strong enough bow, we could snipe her from here, and kill her before having to do anything. It's just a matter of getting to this spot. below us in the swamp are plague babies. And the plague babies have sort of a resemblance to the demon babies in Berserk, like Casca's demon baby thing. But they're the aborted children of the royalty. And they're like the tiny baby skeleton things when you're about to fight Mito in Dark Souls. But there's nothing that you can really do about plague other than cure it. There's not a whole lot of items out there or armor sets that defend against it. So what we're about to do is fight Garl Vinland. Now we could try to bum rush Astraea and fight Garl, or go around Garl and fight Astraea. Garl does not like that. He will come get you. And Astraea's got, oh man. And Astraea, because she's got Wrath of the Gods and she's got other Garl's Magic D is also sky high. Yeah, it's not really worth trying to rush Astraea. So we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. God. Oh, but he hit me anyway. Terrible. Okay, Garl's gonna try to go heal now. Think. Nope, guess not. Got him.
I have failed you.
Can't even run through Plague. It's that awful.
You killed him, didn't you? Very well. I can no longer resist you. Do as you like. Take your precious demon soul.
And that's that. She kills herself. Garl was what was basically tying her to this world. So it's kind of a sad story. I'm not really going to get too deep into it, but we get the Ring of Sincere Prayer and her soul, which is also somewhat precious. Garl, or Astraea, is a Greek goddess. Actually, the name comes from Greek mythology. She was a Greek goddess of justice and innocence, which kind of fits her backstory a little bit for going into the valley. She's the basis of the constellation Virgo. Garl, it can be a German name or a German nickname, sometimes sort of perverted to girl. Selin, his sister, who appears in Pure White Tendency, which we could go back in there and check out a Pure White World Tendency maybe a little bit later. That is a Greek word or Turkish word for moon, Selin, and it's the root word for Selene, root name, I suppose. Vinland, their last name, is it's a Nordic word meaning vine land, and it's what the Vikings called Newfoundland when they first settled in Canada, or something to that effect. If I've offended any of my Canadian Newfoundland viewers, I'm sorry. It's something to that effect. Cool. So the dark silver armor that Garl dropped is a phenomenally good armor set.
Thank goodness I was what?
Because it gives you crazy high magic defense, but it's also pretty heavy. And as you can clearly tell at this point, we don't need heavy armor sets. Not when I'm wearing. Alright, so we're closing in on the end here. Don't need 2 regenerators rings. Don't need 2 rings of gas resistance. Don't need 2 rings of poison resistance. I want 2 master's rings. Honestly, we don't really need most of this stuff. The cat's ring is interesting in that, like, it decreases damage from falls like a high dexterity stat would too, but in Dark Souls 2 you buy this exact same thing from a cat actually. I can't remember the cat's name, but it's there.
We are in debt.
And I'm going to take a 2-minute break. We're going to come back and we're going to bum rush through 3. I don't think I've got any souls to... Nope. Yep. So the cat was in Majula, sold you the ring. It made it easier to get down into the well without getting the dumb ladder guy to make ladders for you.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
$4 short.
Okay. Done.
Let's see what we can get from from Frake and Uria.
Are you here for very...
Girl, I am here for witchcraft. Relief. Okay. Fully recover another by touching them. So it's a more of a PvE or I guess PvP item. So Uria has a miracle-like spell in Relief, and we will find an item a little bit later, depending on how things. Well, depending on if we've got the time, we're going to get an item called the Talisman of Beasts, which kind of explains why. So not only is she a magic teacher, but miracles are actually just magic in this game. The people that the God-fearing folk of the Nexus, so Saint Urbane, all of the other people
if
on the other side of the Nexus, they don't really know it, but their god is basically the Old One. And the Talisman of Beasts says this, that the image of the god is just an image of the Old One. So magic, miracles, it's different schools of thought, but it's the same stuff. Okay, from him we can get the Death Cloud, which generates a cloud of plague. Now, if we wanted to cheese Old King Doran, and we might, why not? We could do it with this. Just, not even talk to the guy, just cook him with Death Cloud.
Bring me
cross that bridge when we get there. Oh yeah. All right, time for a quick death in the Nexus. I'm gonna take a tiny break. You could probably say she was preventing it from getting worse, because she was down there to help everyone. And maybe just like all of the plague that she had taken into herself. I mean, it's all in how you read it. So maybe all the, her soul is just full of the plague that she had taken into herself in life. Or maybe she was causing the plague. Maybe her demonic state was turning the poison to plague. Maybe. Okay. The Selen Vinland, or Garl Vinland, Astraea relationship has been riffed on a couple of times in the Souls games too. Aegon of Karim and Irina in Dark Souls 3. All of the other... The Way of White Knights in Dark Souls 1 with... I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Rhea Thorland in Dark Souls 1. There's another boss that's pretty much exactly the same way, the same thing as Garl in Dark Souls 2. Paladin Leroy in Dark Souls 1, one of the invading NPC phantoms, non-player phantoms, is essentially Garl Vinland as well. If we were to go in there with a pure white roll tendency, we can fight it out with Garl again and get his weapon, which is this crazy high strength battering ram. It's like hitting somebody with a telephone pole. But quick break. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, we're still at it. We have rounded. Actually, we're at 7.5 hours at this point, so we've only got a couple levels to go. You are watching the 10th anniversary, the Great Demon Souls 10th anniversary stream. We've been annotating the game all day long. We've pulled in as much info as we possibly could from interviews, from art books, from all the stuff we could possibly find. We've seen the game as best we could. At this point, had to skip a few things, unfortunately, but you can't do everything in one playthrough. Haven't done a lot of pure white or pure black world tendency stuff, but that still may come. We are in 3-2 right now, the second level of Tower of Latria, which is my personal least favorite level of this game. It also has probably the most notoriously difficult boss in this game in it too. And I'm going to be looking at my screen cockeyed the entire way through this because I'm getting some funky glare from these windows, and there's nothing I can do about that. Why did it have to be such a nice day outside? Oh man, these guys are taking 3 hits. That's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Alright, next to us is a giant beating heart. And that is how we basically overcome the level, is by dropping that giant beating heart into whatever the abyss is below us. And I don't mean abyss in the Dark Souls meaning. But you can hear if you listen closely, you might not be able to hear it in the stream, but there's a dull thump of a heart in the background. Now, this level does something that none of the other levels in the game do, and that it changes phases. So if you think back to Bloodborne, which you get to a certain point in the game, and Bloodborne itself changes. Like, stronger enemies come out, you could get abducted by some of those stronger enemies, things like that. This level does something very similar. All of these jerk-faced gargoyles, they all drop poppable souls. The low-level stuff. Nothing great. Alright. So the point of the level is to drop the heart, and it was optional in Bloodborne, but something very similar was in Bloodborne, where there's a giant brain of an old one, of a deep one, or some pick your Cthulhu reference. That it actually, in that game, it harmed you if you were out in the open at all. In this game, it's just an obstacle to overcome. So we have to get to 2 towers with a gaggle, a murderer, a crowd of chump bad guys that are casting spells again. Down here, let's see if I can angle the camera for it. Doing a bad job. Okay. Down next to my video window, right there, is the Rune Sword and Rune Shield, which Ostrava is using, which is further evidence that that Ostrava was likely in Latria. When the Scourge started, and he somehow escaped it. At least escaped imprisonment. Whoa. Here's something dumb. Oh. We can easily walk on this ledge over here, tight as it is, and get that item. But we have to open the fog door first. which is a mistake I have made in the past. Because the fog door pushes you out enough that you'll just simply walk off the ledge. And because we're talking about it, let's go get it. Okay, so thinking back to 3-1, Ridiel, whatever you want to call him, locked in a cell. In a pure white world tendency, we could climb these stairs, and there would be a bridge to another set of stairs, which kind of winds up not unlike the Painted World of Ariamis level in Dark Souls 1, where the key to his cell lies. One down. This is something else that the game doesn't really telegraph very well, but you're supposed to get in one of these cells and sit for a second, and they'll drop you into the water, swamp, miasma, whatever it is below us. But there's a bunch of augates of guidance down here that's supposed to draw your attention to this area. And for good reason. Shard of Archstone, pretty handy. That takes us back to the Nexus with no penalty. But inside that cell is Yurt, the Silent Chief. Yurt is basically the man from Karim from Dark Souls 1. Or Demon's, yeah, Dark Souls 1. Yurt is a murderer, just like Lautrec, that's his name. Just like Lautrec in Dark Souls 1, if we free him and we let him run loose, eventually he's going to kill a bunch of people and leave their bodies in the Nexus. Some of them will drop souls for us, which is pretty nice. However, eventually, if we just let him run free, he's going to kill all the named NPCs. He's going to kill Frake, he's going to kill Ostrava, he's going to kill all those guys, right? Because Yurt is on a assassination mission for another NPC named Mephistopheles. Mephistopheles, as we've seen in the loading screen, is a woman who works for a soul society, some kind of secret Illuminati organization of characters in this land that is trying to protect, they covet and own all knowledge of soul arts. And she wears the robe set, the gold mask, and has a rapier and a parrying dagger. Most of that stuff we can't get unless it's a pure white world tendency in 3-1. But if you kill Yurt now, which is what we're going to do.
Are you here to fight the demons? If so, then help me escape this place. I am on your side. I have come to face the demons.
So if we kill him now after letting him out of the cell, and if we have a pure black character tendency, Mephistopheles will give us the assassination mission.
Do you wish to die so soon? Why you?
Oh man, we can't collect it. I wonder if I can... reload the game and collect that, but honestly, it doesn't matter. We can get Yurt set. It's a nice medium heavy armor set. Anyway, so yeah, Mephistopheles will give us the assassination quests, and which means that we have to murder specific named NPCs in a specific order, and we get rewards for killing all of them. At the end of the quest, not only do you get a lot of good stuff, the Talisman of Beasts is something that we already mentioned. You get another one from her. She gives you the Foe's Ring, which will boost... It's the opposite of the Friend's Ring that I mentioned way at the beginning of this. And it boosts attack power by 30% if you're invading another player. Now, this is where the glare is especially troublesome. Oh, those things are gross. But gross for a reason. Look at its face, or faces. Oh, man. I'll try to remember to bring this up again. Well, this is basically the end of the level. I'll bring this up again when we get to the boss, the man-eaters, but the faces on these monsters are grafted onto there because of the old king. He's been making his own demons. The old monk, rather. Okay, check it out. The bone wheel enemies in Dark Souls are more of a reference to Berserk. This may be another place that they came from, or another reference to Berserk in this game. It's a little bit of a stretch, but it's there. There's another Legion down here someplace. I'd like to fight it out with that, but if I miss it, I miss it. It's just the way it is. There's a Ring of Avarice down here too. Or I think it's closer to the heart, actually, when we drop the heart into the Merc. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to miss Legion this time. Oh well. Yurt is voiced by another British actor named Christopher Fairbank, who you may not know by name, but he is a character actor that's been in tons of stuff. He was in Alien 3, he was one of the goons in Tim Burton's Batman in '89, and in recent history he was the broker at the beginning of the movie, the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy, who refused to give away the names of his clients. it's okay, because I think this is where we find Legion. And some other little goodies. It's another fragrant ring. Most rings in this game are in here twice, one way or the other. Here it is. Shards of Mercury Stone. All that work. Okay, Legion, kind of interesting in that it's a sub-boss in its way, so it doesn't regenerate. It doesn't respawn after killing it. But, an interesting part of this game is that most enemies, especially most enemies with magic, we'll say, will run out of magic. So in pure Black Will tendency, we're actually going to run into a situation where a guy is just going to be trying to pump us full of fireballs, and eventually he will also just straight up run out of magic, which makes the fight a whole lot easier. Which is great for immersion, because enemies tend to tend to follow similar rule sets to you. Certainly they will break these rules when it suits them, but I'm afraid of my own shadow playing these games, man. Jeez. Yeah, enemies tend to follow the same rules as you. Like, most of them have, like, a back-end stamina meter that they have to refill. Enemies with magic will eventually run out of magic, like I said. Except for Legion. Legion will just keep peppering you with Soul Ray, Soul Arrow, until it runs out, and then it's going to take a break, and then it will naturally refill its magic. Okay, here's something else that kind of lends to the evil that is the Tower of Latria. Pulling from all of his inhabitants. I'll take that. Just seeping all the evil from them. Alright, so something else that sort of leads to the evil nature of this place is that here's another Black Phantom. And Black Phantoms, there are set Black Phantoms in these levels in 3-2. There's 2 of them. And they will always respawn. This is the only place in the game where Black Phantoms will respawn. Okay. Now, they don't drop ephemeral eyes. Iron Brand in the chat just asked if they drop ephemeral eyes. They are the only ones that do not. Okay. The only way to get a chunk of moonlights, or a pure moonlight stone, just like the Darkling Stone, is from crystal lizards in this level. So again, it helps if this level is in pure black tendency. I don't need to kill this guy. What am I doing? They do liberally drop spice there. Which for our purposes is pretty handy. So the gold mask that Mephistopheles wears is in this level after we drop the heart. We can trade that to Snuggly the Crow for another colorless demon soul, which is perhaps lore significant because colorless demon souls are so precious in this game, and that you're getting one from someone who runs or at least works for a soul Illuminati. So I almost walk off of a ledge there. That's okay. I mean, we pretty much cracked this level wide open. There's some extra little stuff that we're gonna get, but the level is practically over. There is the Archstone. It just sent us back to where we started. Honestly, there's probably, I got 26 grand. That's a level. It's not a bad idea to come back fresh. But okay, so I mentioned earlier that this level changes. Is that now there are more enemies. So this level takes place in phases. Drop something. Alright, we went down here earlier and collected this stuff, so we played this level inefficiently, we'll say. The me of the Annotated Symphony of the Night would be very unhappy. Because there was a door that was blocked off by the heart at the bottom of the staircase. And we are about to go through it. And then we're going to go fight it out with the boss. We're really going to see what screwing up looks like. Gold mask. King of Avarice. Huh. The heart should be right here. Didn't load. could be sort of another... Oh, no. It's there, but for some reason the textures didn't load. The model didn't load in, but I'm walking up against it. That's funny. Huh. That's funny. I think we gotta go all the way back around, because we're dealing with an invisible heart. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Okay, we're not even going to mess with that guy. Alright, back up. We're going to dip back into the Nexus. We're going to steal our resolve. And then we're going to go party with the Man-Eaters. Cue your Hall & Oates memes. Get off of me. Oh, 4 o'clock. Getting there. Okay.
Thank you.
I don't really think I picked up a lot of stuff, but just for the sake of doing it. I'll hang on to that. Guide of guidance. These spices can't hurt. I'll keep those. Oh, here's a bunch of stones we'll never use. EP Rapier. That's the Mephistopheles joint. Incidentally, Mephistopheles is the name in the demon in Faust.
We are indebted.
In Goethe, German poet Goethe. Let's not do this now. He, he kind of wrote down a sort of horror folktale. I mean, it depends on kind of what you believe. It was either a word of mouth thing that he eventually wrote down himself.
So the world might be mended.
We need the muscle, but
so the world might be mended.
That's okay. Where a man named Faust, and later Dr. Faustus, when Marlowe had rewritten it in Shakespeare's time. Marlowe, John Marlowe, was it contemporary? I think it was Marlowe, contemporary of William Shakespeare. An educated man, a sort of Renaissance man, makes a deal with the devil, with a devil, to become that much more powerful. And that is the story of Faust. And the name of the demon he made the pact with was Mephistopheles, which is also where Mephisto comes from the Marvel Universe. Which I kind of doubt we're going to see in a movie, but who the hell knows? It's also where one of Bono's stupid identities came from during Octoon Baby, Mephisto. So there, you get some literature, you get some comics, you get some 90s arena rock. I'd say I never gave you nothing. Okay, with the heart dropped, we can now go up this staircase and fight it out with the man-eaters. Up this staircase is yet another Black Phantom Mind Flayer. Will kill us dead very easily, but we're gonna see if we can get the drop on him. Let's turn it around. Nice. Here we go. Okay. So we'll talk about the man-eaters first before actually fighting them. This fight is garbage. It's kind of bullshitty in that we're going to be on a very somewhat narrow bridge with no walls, so we can easily fall off of it, and the AI, whenever it gets testy, will just jump, push you off the ledge, bum rush you and push you off the ledge. So really, it's not so much that Man-Eater itself is a difficult boss, is that it's in a very precarious environmental position. And then, of course, the second Man-Eater comes in. This fight has been riffed on in the other Souls games. After this, obviously, so the Bell Tower Gargoyles in Dark Souls 1, it's pretty much the exact same setup. Two gargoyles come out. You could drop off the side of the roof, but you've just got more real estate to work with in that game, what makes it a little bit more fair. The Man-Eaters are very much chimeras of Greek mythology. It's just kind of different pieces of animals stitched together. The art book for this game mentions that they are actually stitched together. Probably something that the old monk had done, because he was making demons after all. This is one that he made. And if you notice the face, it's the same faces that are on the scorpion monsters that we saw earlier. So either it is the face of the old monk before he went into exile, or it's just what he had to work with, who knows, but it's the same face all over. We can actually cheese the fight by standing here-ish and with a bow, by putting up our hand, the bow arm, it actually sneaks through this fog gate, and we can just chuck arrows at this first Man-Eater gargoyle. And we'd still have to fight the second one, but the first one would die from a strong enough arrow rain, rather. Okay. This is also the first fight in the series where you could cut off a limb, and it doesn't really give you any real benefit like the further Dark Souls games do. But it does make him a teensy bit weaker, because he can't do certain stuff at that point. And I think that's it. I think we can just kind of launch into it. So, say a quick prayer for me. Fighting it next to this brazier here is... See, look at that garbage. Already lopped the tail off, though. That's pretty handy. arrow trick that I mentioned earlier, I'm pretty sure was patched out of the game after the fact. I was gonna get hit with one of those eventually. Comes number 2. Jumped off myself there. If only I had brought Firestorm with me. What an opportunity. But for now, we've just got a staring contest. God. Holy cats. I just performed a miracle, I think. Alright. Wow. 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 For the whole internet to see. Tucked away in this level is a Moonlight Short Sword, which in no way is worthwhile to us at this point. Man, I'm drunk on power right now. Or maybe it was the Guinness. Mixed Demon Soul. Alright, only dead body in the game to give you 2 souls. Which must have something to do. Must have something to do with the man-eaters, the 2 different bosses. Alright, so here we are at the old monk. There was an alternate cutscene, opening cutscene of this. Well, not this in particular, but the next cutscene that we're going to see when we actually fight the old monk. Miyazaki said just yesterday, or 2 days ago, in an interview with GameSpot Brazil that this is his favorite boss fight amongst the series, which contradicts what he said about the Adjudicator way back when. But that's okay. Obviously, opinions change. So what makes this fight great was that it forced PvP. Great from a design perspective because action games just didn't really quite do that at this point. But not great from an actual gameplay perspective because people come looking for PvP in this level, and the old monk fight. The character that gets brought in to fight you always has the advantage. So a cling ring will boost their hit points for the boss fight. They always have the homing soul arrow equipped, so there's always a little extra damage that they could be doing. So speedrunners, if they don't find a way to skip the fight entirely, which I don't really know if there is, can. They purposely play this game, or had played this game, in offline mode. Because the offline boss, humanoid boss, is chump. Another black phantom up here. Alright, while we wait for this... Are they turned around? Okay, so... story of... There I am. The story of this level, we've touched on it a second ago, too, was that the Latria, this area of the game, this area of the world, was a queendom, and the king had left the queen. Was exiled from the queen, rather, and when he came... Oh, bleeding. Great. And when he came back with this golden garb, this golden outfit. Because there's so much Cthulhu just straight up going on in this level. I mean, just look at these guys. The golden garb, and the fact that he's a king... has led many fans to speculate that this is all a reference to Robert Chambers' classic horror story, The King in Yellow. The King in Yellow is the subject of 4 stories in a book called The King of Yellow, which was not unlike the Ring, the movie The Ring or Ringu, in that, like, you know, you would read this stage play, also called The King in Yellow, and you would learn some terrible secret and then you would die, or you'd be driven insane or something like that. So that is very much in line with Cthulhu, you know, the madness aspect of the Cthulhu mythos. And it was a pretty big influence, supposedly, on H.P. Lovecraft, in so much that The King in Yellow has basically been assumed into the Cthulhu mythos on its own. I made a video about this. If you're curious, it's on my YouTube channel. If you want to check out youtube.com/admissionsjohn, which is an old URL I used for something totally different, but I couldn't change it now. Yes. Also bleeding. If that was another player, I would not have gone down that way. So check it out. Yeah, I did an annotated footnote on mostly Dark Souls because Xanthus King Jeremiah is a slightly more interesting take on this character, this old monk character, but it all kind of goes back to H.P. Lovecraft and then further back to Robert W. Chambers with The King in Yellow. Now, notice the giant yellow head wrapping that he was wearing. Players that wanted to come in and play PvP, be the old monk, would be given that at the start of the boss fight. Winning the boss fight in the PvP would give you that head wrapping. Now that the servers are shut off, there's no way to get it. You'd have to break the game somehow, crack the code and get it, or get on one of the private servers that people have set up. God bless them. But that head wrapping not only made the camera a little bit more of a challenge to deal with, but it boosted attack strength, or magic attack strength. So it was a really useful item. FromSoft has come back to this idea a couple of times. The Mirror Knight in Dark Souls 2. Half-Light, Spear of the Church, Dark Souls 3 DLC. Yeah, there has been a lot of riffing on that idea. It's a good idea. It's a cool part of the game. It doesn't force people to play PvP, but adds a little extra spice to it, I think. Keep the unknown soldier's souls. That's what we got from the gargoyles. This will maybe do a little bit of forging later. Man, I don't know. Definitely gonna put a couple of levels on, and then pretty much we're just gonna run 1-4. 1-4 is difficult.
Yeah.
Okay, we can get the old monk soul.
Are you here? Very well.
Can give you some pretty nice stuff. It's the yellow demon soul. It gives you soul thirst from Uria, which also boosts soul yield, experience point yield from enemies. So let's say all of these things stack. So let's say we had the silver bracelet on, a pure black world tendency, soul thirst, and the ring of avarice. We could really clean up in certain levels.
If you're ever in
4-3 in particular, we can get the Storm Ruler back out, just shoot stingrays down from the sky. That is how you basically power level in this game, other than cheating, other than item duping. Homing soul arrow, way more useful than soul thirst.
Bring me more demon.
So Uria teaches you a spell with the Maiden in Black's Demon Soul. She teaches you a spell called Soul Sucker, which one-hit kills anything in the game, other than bosses. NPCs, Black Phantoms, whatever. Obviously, you can't get it from the Maiden in Black. Well, maybe not obviously. You can't get it from the Maiden in Black until you finish the game, so you can only get this thing in New Game Plus. But it's probably the most efficient way to try to farm for pure Bladestone from the Black Skeleton. That thing was gonna break. Oof.
Yep.
Off to the Penetrator Stone. That guy. But hey, notice the dead dragon here. That would be 3 dragons in the game. Dragons are rare. So they got it. I've always kind of understood this as a reference to A Song of Ice and Fire, which Miyazaki is also a fan of, to the point that they're making a game together. Because there are only 3 dragons really present in those... They're laughing at me? I don't know. There's only 3 dragons present in the books. There's only 3 dragons present here. It's a big old stretch and probably not true, but... Okay, these are the Black Phantom manifestations of the Penetrator, the Tower Knight, and Phalanx. So that would be Metis, Alfred, and Longbow Ulan. This was Metis, because he's got the Penetrator sword. And now we have 2. Fighting these guys, all 3 of them at once, is a mistake. So we get the Penetrating Sword from... Oof. Now I'm in for it. Penetrating Sword for Metis. We get the White Bow from Ulan. And we're going to get the Tower Knight Shield from this cat. Things we already have or could have gotten earlier. But This dude's also packing a scraping spear. Which makes him kind of a rough customer. Okay. So in this area of the game, this is a pretty good place to point out to talk about PvP a little bit more. Because PvP in this game is not the way it is in later games in this series. It's not a sort of designated spot that you just go fight it out with people. It's it was invasion. It was literal invasion. There were no arenas. So players took it upon themselves to basically designate spots for arenas. Again, if we've learned anything, it's that this is a trap. Oh well. One of them is this level, the beginning of this level. Where a host player would use a certain gesture and block areas off, or not even use a gesture, just kind of stand around and block areas off. He would let himself get invaded, and then he would pull in another player for a fight club. 4-1 also is a pretty big area for that too. Mostly soul level 125 is what the majority of players kind of decided was like the base level for these things. Ugh. So it was really less about stats, even though, I mean, stats were certainly important. You stuck, buddy? But it was more about gear, more about good gear. At 125, if you were thoughtful with how you were building your character, you could use basically any gear that you wanted. Scraping Spear, like I said, was a pretty big hit, as was the Baby's Nail. Here's our old friend, the Blue Dragon. So you can use these boxes basically as a visual reference for where you can and cannot stand. If we really wanted to, we could, I mean, we can't, but if we had arrows, it's a waste to do this. You could basically plink arrows at him. Which would just get him to move, it wouldn't kill him. Yeah, we don't need... I'm not buying what these guys are selling. Any of this stuff. Okay, so the knights, the blue-eyed knights and the red-eyed knights, always drop something. They're one of the few enemies in the game where 100% drop. So the fact that they are here is helpful because they largely drop high-level grass. Okay, now it's going to fly off. And up there is our old pal Bjor of the Twin Fangs. Slowly getting cooked by a dragon. Unfortunately, there's really nothing we can do to help him. We could probably try to cheese the fight if we had a lot of arrows. I am locked onto it now. But we're going to try to get through the end game.
Oh, it's you, is it? My father or something? Well, what's that? He's transformed into a fiendish demon.
Strava. Likely committed suicide after learning his fate, or the fate of his father. And we basically did to him what what the man-eaters did to us. And when that happens, if you push him off the ledge, oh, the items aren't here. I thought they would be here. Maybe I needed it to load longer. We could have gotten the rune sword and the rune shield out of it, but at this point, what's the difference? So, it's time to go fight it out with the end boss. For real, this is the end boss. You know what I'm talking about. He is very Griffith looking. If Griffith were sort of an older man, so it's maybe another Berserk reference. Doubtful, but maybe. The music in this fight is an organ reprise of the music that was in the opening cutscene. And there is an alternative opening intro to this if we let the blue dragon live, and that the blue dragon would it would play out exactly like this, but the blue dragon would fly up into the background. So maybe the blue dragon had something to do in the fight. Maybe it was taken out because it was too hard. If a dragon is spewing fire at you, it certainly makes this fight a lot harder. But this is not King Allant. This is the false king. Allant made a demon clone of himself, basically, like the false idol did. He's coming at me now, but if we didn't move, we could have cheesed this fight with arrows. Just sat here and peppered arrows at him. You need a bow that has the distance to hit him at that, to hit him that far back. Yeah, I need that. Here comes the sucky part. We gotta go through all of that mess again. At least there aren't any Black Phantoms this time. No, man, I got the spice to do it. I might as well kill that blue dragon. Oh, he was going to drop something good. Let's see what it is. Oh, it's a great sword. Great swords are pretty good. We're not using two-handed weapons. Honestly, we don't really need any of this stuff at this point in the game. That is not necessary. Alright, here we go. $75,000 I had. Oh well. It's gonna give me something good too. Like carry, that's so loaded down. Am I just carrying that much grass? All right. Dope. Almost there. Okay. So Alant is obviously the Gwyn character of this game. Attack patterns are even somewhat similar. From what I understand, we can't parry attacks from Alant. Like Gwyn. There you go. But they both have essentially the Soul Sucker that I described earlier, that thing that we can get from Yuria the Witch. In this game, though, it has some utility for some of the crazies. In the end, he will use Soul Sucker on you, and that means you will lose a random level. You'll lose a random level. And the way that item discovery works in this game, enemy drops rather, is that the lower your luck stat, the more likely you are to get better loot drops. The higher your luck, the more likely you are to get more drops, but just more stuff you don't want, more the common stuff. So there are folks out there that play this game purposely to fight Alant and de-level their luck. If you can believe that. It sounds a little cockamamie to me, but, you know, each their own, man. Yeah, that's not worth it. Let's go. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. I guess one other thing that we could say about Alant while we're fumbling our way back over to him is that he, because he has Soul Sucker, we have to assume that he has made his way into the Nexus. Or at least the demon Alant. Which is where he learned of the soul arts. Alright, no more playing around. Dead. That's it. Oh man. It's a teensy bit unbelievable. Got it. Good cat. I want to say I missed a stone of ephemeral eyes up here earlier too. So let's go grab that. The shaking camera drives me a little nuts. Arg, he's driving me nuts. Alright, magic time. Coming up on hour 9. We're almost there. We're almost there. I need you all to clap your hands if you really believe. Gonna switch out my rings. Oh, it's gonna be a long night. Alright, here we go. Oh, come on, man. Well, I'm at least getting better at 1-4. Short as it is. These straggling guys back there working the elevator. It's a cool touch. Okay, don't really need this. Oh, I don't have the strength for it. Drats, drats, and double drats. Oh, okay. We're getting there. Just a little too timid in that last attempt. So if you notice, I've got the regenerator's ring on and the shield, and my health is regenerating relatively quickly. But since I'm not wearing the thief's ring anymore, if I get a little too close to these fat officials, they'll just start shooting fire at me, and we don't want that. like that. Just like that. Rectify this problem. All right. That's how you do it. That's what I get for talking shit. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Almost there, everybody. I'm going to say that until I believe it. Sword hit the wall. Soul remains do work great, Mike Bison. That's a good point. I don't have any on me. I don't think I got any on me. That's alright. We can get past these guys. We can make it. We have the Eye of the Tiger. What the hell? Versus. 9 solid hours. I'm starting to lose it a little bit, everybody, but I think we can do this. I think we can we can pull it off. Welcome back, by the way, Mike Bison. You were with us earlier. All right. Poor Bjor. He's just stuck in an endless death loop. The more I get my ass kicked by a lot, the more he just gets cooked by a giant dragon. Okay, gang. Alright, gang. Let's give this another shot. I highly doubt this is going to be worthwhile, but let's... Because usually I melee this. Usually I kind of do it the way I've been doing it. I'm a little lower on the soul level scale than maybe I'm typically, but we're gonna do what we can do. Oh yeah, that's totally worth it. Timing is just bad. This is what I get for killing the man-eaters in one shot. Just a god-awful Allant fight. Jerk face. almost right there. I honestly knew that this was probably going to be a pretty big roadblock for me. I never do the Alok fight well. I never have. I didn't think it was going to be this bad, but... Honestly, the ring choice here, it doesn't matter whatsoever. The rings that I have on me, I should say, probably could have done something with Ring of Magical Sharpness, if I would have gotten that. If I had the Monk's head wrapping, I could try to spell him to death. Plenty of builds on the internet that show pretty devastating spell casting. That's not enough, I should say. Soul Sucker, there it is. This is it. And that dragon. It's in the background. Cooking pulled your. We made it. We made it. Made it. Alright.
How did you defeat my precious demon? No human has an appetite for souls such as you. The rest is up to the old one. If it is to be, then you shall be beckoning.
Okay, so we've been at this for 9.5 hours, so it's time to wrap this up. I'm sorry, we're not going to get to the pure white, pure black world tendency stuff. We're not going to get a chance to see what a primordial demon looks like. But we're going to head into the end game, which is underneath the Nexus. Notice this sword. Matthew Mitosis, in his YouTube channel, has a really good theory as to what the Nexus is and where we actually are. We're going to get to that in a second. Sage Frake and Urbane both hear the voice of the Old One. I guess everybody does now that the Nexus is basically open. Sage Frake has dialogue that basically tells you to...
What in the devil is wrong with you?
I know.
What can you... Bravo. I am 1 hour. Why? You have to... This...
It is...
It's not this
I
one.
now have...
Listen closely. If the Candle Maiden tries to entrap it, kill her. Then absorb the souls of the Old One for yourself. The Old One is an unfathomable deposit of energy. It contains all the souls collected by the demons. You will gain the power of a king.
And that, my dear friend, is the righteous path.
The demons, if truth...
So that Frake actually clues us into what the bad ending of the game is.
The Old One is calling for thee. Let us proceed below to its lair.
Because I would have I never would have considered killing her at the end of this game, which we're going to see in a second. How about it streamed? Which ending should we get? The good ending or the bad ending? Anyway, while we figure this out, here we are underneath the Nexus. We are outside of the Nexus, and ahead of us is the Old One. Now, the Old One, some great demon from beyond. You can draw your own Cthulhu sort of connections if you want, but like, look at all of the swords stuck into it. Notice how there are birds flying around. Look at all the swords that are around this area, this beach that we're on. Excuse me. The Monumental makes it sound like there was only one scourge. Like the Old One was only awakened once, and then the Monumentals found a way to bind together, lull it back to sleep.
I have brought thee what thou wishest.
Lull it back to sleep. And so this would be the second scourge. But Mathematosis posits that it's just happened innumerable amounts of times. Like, all of these swords around us are all the times the Nexus was broken so we could get underneath here to lull it to sleep. Which means that what we're probably seeing around us is the real world that the Old One had overtaken, and it is covered in a thick, colorless fog.
Let us proceed below to its lair.
You have been chosen by the Old One. Shalt thou seek everlasting demon souls, or obey that naive monumental? Whatever your choice, you are our first visitor. May you be welcome here. Surely you have seen for yourself the suffering of faithless world. The faith poison of poisons. The Lord is merciful. Created the Old One. The Old One will feed upon our souls to help try to realm existence.
This is the real Allant.
Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
No, Mike Bison is asking if we're the first visitors here, or were we naive enough to believe a consumed King Allant. We're actually, if we're the first visitors here, we're more naive to believe the Monumental. Okay. Oh man, I can't carry that. But I might as well drop some stuff. This is Soulbrand, one half of the Northern Regalia, which is a New Game Plus item. There's this weapon, and Old King Doran is defending the Demon Brand. Getting both of these together, giving the Red Hot Demon Soul to Blacksmith Ed, you can forge them both together for one crazy powerful sword that grows in strength based on your character tendencies.
Thine work is done. Slayer of demons, go back above.
We made it, man.
The Nexus shall imprison thee
We did
no
it.
longer.
So, we're clocking in at 9 hours, 35-ish minutes and change. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank everybody for stopping by. Thank everybody for promoting this over the course of the day in the last couple weeks when I just sort of decided to do this. Thank you for supporting the YouTube channel. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. If you support me on Patreon, you can find a link to that below on the Twitch stream. I do stuff like this. I don't do things exactly like this very often, but I make annotated videos. I take one game.
At last, my duty is fulfilled.
There's a metaphor. I pick a game, I break it apart, we do long video series, we meaning me, a long video series going through every piece of the game. Right now we're right in the thick of the annotated Third Strike, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. For everybody that have been following the YouTube channel expecting more Third Strike videos, I promise the Demon Souls and Dark Souls stuff at this point is out of my system. So we'll be getting back to Third Strike over the next week.
The Old One, along with the Maiden, were swept back into the lulling fog. Boletaria was spared from the demons, but also lost its knowledge of soul arts. The souls lost during the pandemonium were never retrieved. And today, the unstable world has another monumental to hold its fabric together. A brave new hero of unprecedented power.
Thank you, Mike Bison. Very cool of you to say. Great eye for detail. So the bad ending of this game is that if we attack the Maiden in Black, she would die, and there's an animation of us like stepping on her face. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty cruel. That was referenced again in Dark Souls 3, where there's a way that you can sort of finally kill the Firekeeper at the end of the game, and that same thing takes place where you the player walk over her dead body and just crush her face with her foot. Also pretty brutal. I think that we're gonna call it at this point. So again, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting me. I hope everybody had a great time watching this, and I hope to talk to you soon.